Bond court is a free service, but it takes several hours of my time every day. Less than 10% of Bond court viewers hit the like button, and less than 1% leave a comment. If you want Bond court to continue to be available on YouTube for free, then please hit the like button and leave a comment on all of my videos.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Laura Bretaña, Spanish interpreter, previously sworn.
Good morning. Defendant is about to put the headset on. Defendant is wearing the headset.
Sí.
There is contact, Your Honor.
Your name, sir?
Antonio Luis Sánchez Valle.
Antonio Luis Sánchez Valle.
All right, sir, you're here today because you were arrested on a charge of written threats to kill or do bodily harm. I have read the charging affidavit. I do find sufficient probable cause. Hold on a second.
Sí.
Yes.
Were you living at 1633 South Kirkman Road?
¿En dónde?
Where?
Where do you live on Kirkman Road? Where do you live?
Sí.
Yes.
All right, so you were living with Miss Lugo?
Sí.
Yes.
All right, do you have another place to go and live other than there with her?
No, es que yo me estoy quedando en casa de mi mamá.
No, I'm staying with my mom.
Okay, where is that?
Por la Yon.
It's near Yongyong.
All right, so, all right, but you can't have any contact with Miss Lugo. You understand that? They set a bond for you.
Sí.
Yes.
All right, I'll set bond in the amount of $500. First of all, no return to 1633 South Kirkman Road, apartment 185. So you can't go back to her house. No contact with Pino, Pino, Lugo, Lugo. No guns, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. And did you want to have a lawyer appointed? Do you want a lawyer?
¿Cómo?
I'm sorry?
You need an attorney. I'll appoint an attorney for you if you want one.
Sí, porque yo no. Sí, yo no tengo.
Yes, I don't have one.
All right, I'll appoint an attorney. Now, do you have any items? Do you have any personal stuff, any clothes or anything at this Kirkman Road address, Miss Lugo's address?
¿Cómo que pertenencia?
What do you mean by belongings?
You know, clothes.
No.
You don't have any of your stuff
No.
there.
Yo tengo en la casa de mi mamá. En la casa de mi mamá.
Okay.
No, at my mom's
All
house.
right, so you have no reason to go back there then. That's fine. Okay, thank you.
Sí. ¿Ahora qué tengo que hacer?
What was that case?
Hello.
That was 2022 CF 3648AO. All right, defendant is wearing the headset.
Sí, lo escucho.
There is contact, Your Honor.
Are you named, sir?
Yo me llamo Itnan Vázquez Miranda.
My name is Ibnan Vasquez Miranda.
All right, sir, you're here in case number 2022 MM140AA. In that case, you were arrested on a number of charges. I have read the charging affidavit. I do find sufficient probable cause as follows. First of all, there was a simple assault with intent or with a threat to do violence. Second of all, battery. Third of all, damage or criminal mischief. And then lastly, resisting an officer without violence. Do you have another place to go to live?
Sí, voy a vivir a otro sitio.
Yes, I'm going to go live elsewhere.
Where are you going to go?
Voy a salir de ahí de esa casa, voy a sacar mis cosas y me voy a otro sitio.
I'm taking my stuff out of that house and I'm going to go live elsewhere.
Where? Where are you going to go?
ahí cerca, pero más retirado de esa casa.
It's near there, but a little bit far away from that house.
Okay, whose place are you going to? Specifically, where are you going?
De un amigo.
A friend of mine.
Okay, and what do you know his address?
No, no le sé, pero me llamó ayer y me dijo que donde tenía un cuarto y voy a vivir con él.
No, I don't have it, but he called me yesterday and he told me that he had a room available, so I'm going to go live with him.
All right. Set bond amount of $500 on the assault, $500 on the battery domestic violence, $100 on criminal mischief, and $100 on the resisting officer without violence. Not to return to 469 Breezeway Drive. You have no contact with,
Oh, está bien.
hang on just a second. What is her name? Does it have her actual name or is it just victim?
I believe it's just victim.
All right, no contact with the alleged victim or any witnesses. Keep separate residence with the alleged victim. No guns, no alcohol, no drugs, no weapons. And I think there was a child involved.
Está bien.
If there's a child involved, and if DCF gets involved, then you need to follow any kind of agreement or plan that DCF sets up. Did you want to have an attorney appointed? Would you like a lawyer?
Oh,
Do you want an attorney to represent you?
conocido al bebé. No,
No,
You don't want a lawyer. You're gonna be your own lawyer?
no, porque sí. O iba a
Ye-
ser una persona a ayudarme. Es un abogado de afuera.
All right, I'll appoint a public defender.
there's someone that's going to help me. He's an attorney.
Okay, well, I'll appoint a public defender for right now. If you do hire a private lawyer, then they can withdraw.
Your Honor, did you also order the one-time return with law enforcement?
Yeah, do you have any stuff at that address that you need to go back and get your clothes and stuff you said you want to go get?
Sí, voy a recoger mis cosas.
Yes, I'm going to go back and pick my stuff.
Well, you can't go back and you gotta go one time and you have to go with law enforcement. So you need to take either a police officer or a sheriff deputy with you. You gotta call them and ask them to go with you. You can't just go by yourself. Go with law enforcement and you can get your clothing, okay?
Ok,
All right,
Okay,
you're all set.
gracias.
Thank you.
thank you.
And that was 2022 MM 140AA. Okay. Is he Spanish? Or that's it? Okay. Is there anyone outside that's going to need a Spanish interpreter? Anyone
¿Alguna
wait?
de las personas que se encuentra en la sala necesita los servicios del intérprete al español?
All right. I think that's it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Have a good day. Have a great weekend.
Thank you, you as well.
Cruz Roman.
Yes, sir.
All righty.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. It's under Cortero Roman. Okay. All righty.
Good morning, Your Honor. Christina Headley on behalf of the victim. I did file a notice of appearance yesterday, and I provided 2 courtesy copies for the court this morning.
I do see. All right, Mr. Cortero Roman, I have reviewed the charging affidavit. You arrested on a charge of battery, domestic violence. I have reviewed the charging affidavit, and I do find that there is sufficient probable cause. Were you living at the Apollo Drive address?
Yes,
All right, do you have another place to go?
yes,
You do?
yes.
Where are you gonna go?
My mom's house,
Where's that?
Apopka.
Okay.
430, there's 431 Person Court, Apopka.
All right, do you have any stuff at the Apollo Drive address? Any clothing, anything like that?
Some clothes in there.
All right. Okay. Did you want to be heard?
Judge, yes, if I may. This is, and I did speak to the state, this has been an ongoing issue. There were prior charges that attempted to be pursued in 2021. However, he was unable to be located. From my understanding, there is a current ICE hold on him. He has been deported and re-entered the United States on 3 separate occasions, to the best of my knowledge. There's been ongoing harassment while he's been in the jail. I do understand that there's no contact order in the place and the time. However, this is a continuing series of events. There was a child present during this. My client has already spoken with DCF. There's a plan in place. This, he was not invited to the address. To my knowledge, he was not residing there. I don't know if that is a factual statement that he's made. There are some concerns about him being a flight risk, as he has done this before, and due to the previous issues that have arisen, they were on Orange County Police Department, or sorry, Orlando PD was unable to locate him at that instance. So we're just asking for an increased bond on this to protect this victim, who I am here on her behalf due to the fact that she is in extreme fear, not only for her, but for her child, who is
Well,
also.
I guess the question is, what is an increased bond going to do? In other words, if they can bond, they can bond. So whether, if I set a bond, it needs to be reasonable, and whether, if he, unfortunately, there's only so much I can do. It's either, if I don't give him a bond, then that's obviously the best protection, but he's entitled to a bond.
Understood.
So,
And then.
and is there an ICE hold, do you know?
There is
There
currently
is?
an ICE hold.
He's not going anywhere anyways, and so, all right, well, I'll set bond amount of $1,000. You're not to have any contact with Jennifer, let me need to spell that last name, Abassian, is that correct? Abassian, and that means no contact, none whatsoever, okay? Can't call, can't text, can't write.
Judge, if you could advise too, as well as third parties, because that has been an issue as well. at
Yeah,
this time.
okay, and you can't have someone else contact her either, all right? No contact, nothing, all right? No guns, no drugs, no weapons, no alcohol. There's a DCF plan in place now, or there will be. You had to follow that plan as well. So you're not to have any contact with the child at this point in time. At some point, there may be some sort of supervised visitation, but at this point, no contact with, and I think his name is Roman, is that correct?
No, it is
No.
Gabriel, and he has no rights to the child, Your Honor.
Okay, so it doesn't sound like they're gonna do anything with that. All right, so if you do have stuff there, you can go one time with law enforcement. You can't go by yourself. You gotta take an officer with you, okay?
Yes, sir.
And you make any contact, or you have anyone else make contact, this attorney's gonna find out about it, the court's gonna find out about it, and you're back in jail with no bond, okay? Now, I don't know if you're gonna get out anyways, because there's a hold for you for ICE. And if you've been deported a couple times, it's very unlikely you're gonna get out on that, so you'll probably be in here anyways, okay? All right, good luck.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Were you appointed? Was PD appointed?
Was PD appointed, Your Honor?
Yes, public defender is appointed.
Thank you.
Jonathan Bellamy? Why was this reset? Bellamy?
Your Honor, I believe we're going to resolve Mr. Bellamy's
Okay,
case.
all right, because I thought it said refuse. I'm like, well, if you refuse. We're being nice. Your name, sir?
Jonathan Bellamy.
All right, Mr. Bellamy, you're here today on a charge of trespass on property after warning. I have reviewed the charging affidavit, and it does appear there's sufficient probable cause. My understanding that there's an offer in the case?
Yes, Your Honor. The offer of resolve was an adjudication, time served, no return. I spoke with Mr. Bellamy before court, gave him a plea form to review, went over the plea form. I believe he wishes to resolve today.
All
He
right,
does need to sign the plea form real quick.
okay. Go ahead and sign that form, Mr. Bellamy.
May I approach the bench, Your Honor?
Sure. Is that correct, Mr. Bellamy? You want to enter a plea of no contest to this charge?
Yes, sir.
All right, are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol?
Yes. No, sir. No, sir.
All right, have you suffered from or been treated for any mental illness in the past?
No, sir.
All right, you understood your rights on that form and you signed it, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, you understand that this is punishable by up to 60 days in jail, up to a $500 fine, and that the entry of your plea would result in deportation if you're not a citizen. Understand all that?
Yes,
That's
sir.
not going to happen, that's just what the maximum is, just want to let you know. All right, I do find sufficient factual basis to accept your plea of no contest. I will judge you guilty, be sentenced to the time you served in the Orange County Jail. There will be court costs and a $50 cost of prosecution, total of $273. Can you pay that within the next 12 months?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then I'm going to order that you not, for a period of 1 year, return to, is it 601 North John Young Parkway? If you do go there, the court is made aware of that. You are subject to a contempt citation, which could result in it to up to a 180-day Orange County jail sentence. Okay?
Yes,
You're all
sir.
set. You'll be released as to this case. Brandon Crane. You are Mr. Crane? Mr. Crane, you're here today. You were arrested on a charge of tampering with a witness. I have read the charging affidavit, and I do find sufficient probable cause. Were you living at the Apollo's Corner Way address? Yes? Apollo's Corner Way?
Yes,
That's your address?
yes,
Do you have another place to go?
yes.
Where's that?
A friend's home.
All right. All right, I'll set bond in the amount of $500. You are not to return to 6007 Apollo's Corner Way. Do you have items there? You have stuff there? All right, you can go there one time with law enforcement, okay? They'll go with you, you get your clothes, and then and then you're out.
Okay.
No contact with Ms. Coy. With Coy Hymes, Hymes, first name Coy, Coy. No contact with her. No guns, no drugs, no weapons, no alcohol. And let's see. Yeah, that's enough. All right, and I'll appoint a public defender to represent you.
Your Honor, what's the case number?
This case is 2022 CF 3645AO.
Thank you.
It's hindering communication. They have it down as tampering with a witness, but it was in essence the same thing.
Your Honor, may the case number be repeated, please?
It's 2022 CF 3645AO.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. Keith Gibbs, is that right? Hi, Mr. Gibbs, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of cruelty toward a child or aggravated child abuse. I have read the charging affidavit, and I do find sufficient probable cause. I know that you were living at the Martin, what is that? RDG. Martin Road, you were living there, is that right? You have another place to go? Where's that? Your mom's, all right. And you still have stuff at the Martin Road address?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I will set bond in the amount of $500. You are not to return to 1495 Martin Road. You can go back one time with law enforcement to get your items. You're to have no contact with the witnesses in the case. Is that Woody Sumter? Also with the alleged victim, the child in the case. I don't think they put the name of the child in. Okay, so no contact with the child. Dcf involved, I assume?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so if DCF enters a plan or an order in the case, you're to follow that as well. Okay? I'll appoint a public defender to represent you.
Your Honor.
Yep.
If the child was removed from the house, would he be able to return to the house or the residence? I don't know if DCF removed him, but I think.
It was a foster child, right? If DCF has removed the child and is not going to put the child back, you can't have any contact with the child. So yeah, I don't have any problem with him going back there if the child has been removed and is not going to be brought back at all. You're not to have any contact whether he's living there or not at this point, okay?
Sir.
I appoint a public defender to represent you. He can't if the child is not there. Your name, sir?
Destiny Harley.
Mr. Hawley, you're here today because you're arrested on charge of domestic battery by strangulation and tampering with a witness to hinder communication. I have read the charging affidavit, and I do find that there's sufficient probable cause. Now, you were living at the Beacon Hill address, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Do you have another place to go?
Yes.
Where's that?
My mother's house.
All right. As to the the domestic violence battery by strangling,
Honor.
set bond amount of
Your
500.
Honor,
What's that?
there is a victim.
Oh, I'm sorry. Keep looking over there. There was no one there. All right. Raise your right hand, please, ma'am. Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God.
Yes,
Your name?
Lyenda Hunter.
All right. And you are the alleged victim in the case?
Yes,
Okay. Do you want him to return home or don't want him to return home?
I do want him to come back.
What's that?
I want him to come back.
You want him to come back? Yes?
Yes,
Okay. Now you understand that if he's home, if I order him to stay away, then that can protect you. If I let him come back,
we've been together for 6 years. He ain't never did nothing like that before, and my daughter missed him, so I do want him to come back.
okay. Well, what I could do is order no hostile contact so he can come back, but he can't, get hostile with you. He can't raise his voice, can't throw anything at you, can't, raise a fist. You understand that?
Yes,
And that would be okay?
yes.
Understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right, I will, as to the battery by strangulation, $500, as to the tampering, $250. And I will allow you to return and reside with the alleged victim. However, there's no hostile contact with her, and that was Linda, right? Lyndah, Hunter.
Yes.
You can have no hostile contact with her. You're not allowed to possess any guns or weapons or any alcohol or drugs. Did you want to have a public defender appointed? You want a lawyer? Yes?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. All right, ma'am, you understand that? He can't be hostile. If he does, you can make a phone call and he's back. All right?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, take care. Your name, sir?
Kyle Jacobus, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Jacobus, you're here today because you were arrested on charge of battery, domestic violence with one prior battery. Actually, it wasn't an assault. It's based on an arrest, probable cause warrant. I do find that it was proper. And did you, do you still, or were you living at 6141 Metro West Boulevard?
Yes, sir. I was there yesterday morning with my fiance.
So you have another place to go?
Yes, sir.
Where's that?
At my family's property in Lake County.
All right.
She was saying she was coming to be present today. Is she not?
Ms. Longerbone's not here? Nope. All right. I'll set bond the amount of $750. No contact is permitted with Elizabeth Longerbone, Longerbone. You're not to return to to her residence, and even if she moves, you have to maintain separate residences. And the address is 6141 Metro West Boulevard currently. No guns, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. And do you have items there, clothes? Okay, you can return there once with law enforcement
Yes, sir.
and pick up your items. Do you want to have a public defender appointed?
Yes, sir.
I'll appoint a public defender to represent you.
Thank you, sir.
Your name, sir?
David Jones.
All right, Mr. Jones, you're here today because you were arrested on charge of aggravated battery on a pregnant person.
Your Honor, can defense be heard as to probable cause?
Yeah, I know what you're going to say. I have a problem with it as well. I didn't show any knowledge as to the pregnancy. Is that what you're going to?
As to knowledge, as well as an indication of how many months the alleged victim was pregnant to.
Yeah, no, I do that. I do find there's domestic violence battery, but I don't think that there's nothing to indicate that he knew she was pregnant. So I think that charge would not be correct.
Okay.
Might be assumed, but yeah.
It doesn't say how many
Right.
weeks
Yeah,
lunch.
doesn't say whether it would be obvious or not. So do you want me to just set a bond on DV as opposed to that?
Yes.
All right. Do you have another place to go other than the Mercy Drive address?
I have a god brother that's here, older.
I'm sorry?
I have an older god brother that lives here in Orlando.
Okay, so you can go live with them for right now?
I mean, they got a pretty full household, but I'm quite sure it probably wouldn't be a problem.
Okay, because you can't go back to Mercy Drive right now to that apartment where she's at.
I understand.
Okay, all right. Okay, I'll set bond amount of $500. No contact, or first of all, no return to 1470 Mercy Drive, apartment 106. You are to have no contact with Valencia Hill. And keep separate residence from her if she does move. No guns, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol, and I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. Okay?
Thank you.
All right. Do we have? All right, well done. Is it for both? I think she does too, from what I could tell. Hello?
Hello?
There you are. Is this the Creole interpreter?
Yes, sir.
All right. We have a witness as well as a defendant. So first I want to swear in the witness. Ma'am, you could raise your right hand, please.
S'il vous plaît, levez mes doigts tout en l'air, mon qui témoin.
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God.
Est-ce que vous jurez que témoignage qu'on va le faire, c'est la vérité la pied, la vérité entièrement, rien que la vérité que Dieu aide?
Oui.
Yes.
All right. And your name, sir?
Et comment on les monsieur?
Mondel Rafael Itachi.
You need to get closer to the microphone.
Mondel
Avancez plus près, ma microphone n'a parlé très fort.
Mondel Itachi Rafael.
Model Itachi Raphael.
All right, sir, you're here today because you were arrested on a charge of domestic violence or aggravated battery on a pregnant person.
Monsieur, oui, si aujourd'hui parce que t'es arrêté ou parce que ou t'es battu un monde qui est enceinte.
I did read the charging affidavit, and I do find there's sufficient probable cause.
Moi te li charge affidavit, moi joine que gen assez cause probable.
All right. And ma'am, the witness, your name is?
Madame, ou même qui témoin, comment on relève?
Janicia Paul.
M'attendez, non?
Janicia Paul.
Janicia Paul.
All right. And what do you want to tell me about Mr. Hitachi?
Qui ça ou vle di moi de monsieur Itachi?
Moi avec Itachi nous ensemble, but ça passe à c'est la moi qui la police et puis il va voyer coup sur moi. C'est mouvement d'affaires ensemble avec homme. Nous te mettre bagay nous en côté, nous te move.
Un moment. So we are together. He did not hit me. I didn't call the police. I was moving myself, making movement with my body.
All right. So you would have no objection to him being allowed to come back and live with you. Is that right?
Alors, ou pas gen aucune objection pour lui retourner dans Kaila, pour le vivre avant dans Kaila?
Oui, parce que c'est lui-même qui tout moi.
Yes, he's everything I have.
Okay. All right, well, what I can do is I can allow him to come home and live with you, come back and live with you, but I'll order that he not have any hostile contact with you. That means he can't yell at you or raise his voice or throw anything or raise his fist. You understand?
Moi ka permettre pour le retourner vivre dans Kaila avant, mais m'a mette yon l'ordre Li pas capable faire aucun agression sous, li pas capable lever, li pas capable rele sous, li pas capable lever main sous, li pas capable faire geste comme s'il pral beaucoup, li pas capable parler fort avec ou. Est-ce que vous comprenez?
Is that okay?
Est-ce que d'accord?
Oui.
Yes.
Okay. All right, I will set bond in the amount of $750, Mr. Hitachi. You can go, return to your home, but you're not to have any hostile contact with Miss Paul.
Monsieur Itachi, ou gen un bon $750, ou ka retourner vivre dans Kaila, mais ou pas capable gen aucun contact hostile avec Madame Paul.
That means you can't raise your voice, can't raise your hand up to her, can't throw anything around her, you can't be hostile in any way.
Ça veut dire, ou pas ka lever voix sous li, ou pas ka voyer rien sous li, ou pas ka lever main sous li, ou pas ka parler fort avec li, ou pas capable faire aucun geste hostile sous li.
And you're not to possess any guns or weapons or any drugs or alcohol.
Et ou pas capable gen aucun revolver, aucun zam, aucun alcool, aucun tafia.
And I'll appoint a lawyer for you. I'll appoint the public defender.
Et m'a pa bo yon avocat gratis.
Okay? Any questions?
D'accord, est-ce que vous avez une question?
Oui.
Yes?
Oui. Est-ce que vous parlez des affaires comme pour Itachi payer?
You mentioned money that Itachi has to pay?
The bond is $750, so you can contact a bondsman.
Li gen pou payer bon $750, nous capable prendre contact avec un bondsman.
Or if you have that amount in cash, you can post that bond yourself with the county, and when the case is resolved, you'll get the whole thing back.
Ou bien si ou gen l'argent ça, ou même ou gen doit payer l'argent ça, bay county a kembe l'argent ça, et puis les dossiers ça résoudre, les ça y a pour remettre tout l'argent.
Ok, mais dans le moment, nous y là, nous pouvons gagner une possibilité parce que les a peine venir dans la zone, les a peine à travailler. Et moi, je ne peux pas
For
travailler.
right now, we don't have the means because he just came to this region and just started working.
Okay, well, you can speak with the bondsman. He doesn't qualify for any other type of release. We can also speak with his attorney, and they can potentially file a motion to see if it can be reduced. Okay?
Eh bien, nous capable parler avec bondsman nan, ou bien parler avec avocat qui n'a bali, avocat qui doit demander tribunal là pour réduire l'argent ça pour lui.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Merci.
Thanks for coming in, ma'am.
Merci pour venir, madame. You want anything else for this?
That's it. That's it. Did you need the case number?
No, Your Honor, I'm fine.
All righty. Thank you much. Have a good weekend.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for using our services.
Your name, sir?
Mario Maderos.
All right, Mr. Medeiros, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of aggravated battery on a pregnant person and tampering with a witness to hinder communication with law enforcement. I have read the charging affidavit. This one I think for sure was okay. And I do find that there's sufficient probable cause. Do you have another place to live?
No, I'm actually from Texas. I just moved out here. I've been out here for a year and a half. I moved out here with her, and that's my only place of residence. She has all of my equipment, all of my belongings, all of my things. I don't know anyone here, no contact information, no.
Well, you're
no
not going to be able.
family.
You're not going to be able to go back there. You got to go somewhere.
Well, it's been dead 10 years. I don't know where to turn.
Well, I can't let you go back. She's not here, so I have to order that you have no contact with her and not return there. You can go there once to get your tools or you can get your clothes, but you're gonna have to have another residence.
All right, but I'm not from here, so I don't know.
Well, I
what
mean,
to do.
there's
I'm
plenty
not-
of
I'm
other
not-
places.
He's the only person that I know here.
I
I'm from
understand that.
Texas. I'm sorry, I apologize. I don't mean to get frustrated. But it's a frustrating situation when you're in a state that you don't know nothing about. You're in a situation that you have no control in.
All right.
No family, no help. My mother's been dead 10 years. I don't know what to do.
You don't, well, been here 2 years and haven't made any friends or don't know anyone.
No, I just
that's
got
sad.
to, excuse me, I'm sorry, sir. I just moved to Florida. I've only been here a year and a half. The only person that I spoke to or dealt with outside of that or depending on was my mother. My mother's been dead 10 years. That's what I explained to you. That's all I was trying to explain.
All right, well, as
I don't
to,
have any contact for anyone to help me out on no levels.
well, at this point in time, I'll set bond on count one in the amount of $750. That's the aggravated battery, and count two, tampering with a witness, $150. And require that you not have any contact with Nancy Rivera, Rivera. You're not to return to 1934 McCoy Road, 139 Belle Isle. If she does move, you need to keep a separate residence, at least until that matter is brought in front of the domestic violence judge, and if she comes forward and testifies, she has no objection to having hostile contact. But at this point in time, you can't go back there and you can't have any contact with her. If you do, that's a violation of release conditions. You're not to possess any guns or weapons, any drugs or alcohol, and I will appoint a public defender to represent you.
As far as like the bond goes, so I'm sorry, I'm not used to this Florida system at all.
$750 and $250, so it's a total of $1,000. You can get a bondsman to post that bond, which would just take a premium, or you can post the full amount yourself in cash, and if you do that, you get it all back once the case is closed.
You said $750 and
$750 and $250.
Oh, I got $150.
Or $150, I'm sorry, that is correct. Yeah.
Just give us a call, won't you?
Okay. Your name, sir?
Nicholas Rodriguez.
All right, Mr. Rodriguez, you're here because you're arrested on 3 charges: domestic violence, battery by strangulation, battery, domestic violence, and aggravated assault with a firearm. Domestic violence. Have reviewed the charging affidavit, and I do find that there's sufficient probable cause. Were you living at the Case and Cove Drive address?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you have somewhere else to go?
Yes, sir.
All right. As to the battery, domestic violence by strangulation, set bond $750, the domestic violence battery, $250, and the aggravated assault, an additional $250. No contact with Nicholas, so hang on a second, that's you. Hang on. Where is she?
Monica Wells, Your Honor.
Thank you. With Monica Wells, you're not to return to the 4763 Cason Drive, Cove Drive. Do you have items there, clothing stuff?
Yes, sir. I live
All right,
there.
you can go there one time with law enforcement to receive your personal items. Then you have to maintain a separate residence from the alleged victim in the case. Don't possess any drugs or alcohol, any guns or weapons. And I'll appoint a public defender to represent you.
Okay.
I didn't, but yeah, the fellow before, Medeiros, he also has one-time return. I don't know if I said that, but he can return one time with law enforcement.
You did, Your Honor.
I did? Okay.
Yeah, you said you could go back for tools.
All right. Your name, sir?
John Lee Terrell, third.
All right. Mr. Terrell, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of aggravated battery on a pregnant person. I have reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find there's sufficient probable cause. Were you living at the Avery Street address?
My address.
That is your address? Okay.
945.
And also, is Priscilla Proctor, does she lives there?
No, sir, she don't.
So where does she live?
Actually, about 7, 8 houses down, about around the corner.
Okay.
Maybe about 600, 700 some feet away from my address.
They look like they're neighbors, Your Honor. Her address is 5909, and his is
Okay, all right, I see.
5945.
Gotcha. All right, so 5909 is her address, but you also live on Avery Street?
Yes, sir.
Gotcha.
Sir.
All right, okay. So do you have any items or anything at 5909 that you need to go? Any reason you got to go back there?
Sir, I don't even stay there.
I understand that, but you could have stuff there.
Oh, no, I don't have
All right,
nothing.
okay, all right. Then I'll set bond in the amount of $750 on this. No return to 5909 Avery Street. No contact with Priscilla Proctor, Proctor, All right, no contact with her, no guns, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol, and I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. Okay?
Question, sir.
Sure.
It's $750, do I have to pay that whole $750?
Your bondsman will do it for a premium, or you can put the whole $750 down, and you get, and you get it all back if you do pay it all, though.
Thank you, I would not be going down there, I'll give you my word on that.
Yeah, okay.
Give you my word. I got one question to ask you, sir.
Sure. What is that?
Nobody's time.
What's that?
I don't mean to take up nobody's time, because you got people.
It's all right, go ahead.
How do I go to the court and get, so we don't be around each other, so she can't come to where I stay at?
You can go and get you want an injunction is what you're
Yes,
talking
sir.
about. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Third floor of the courthouse is where the injunction office is, so you bond out, you go to the third floor, you can fill out the paperwork.
So I go and pay this bond now then, basically.
Yep, you sure can.
Thank you.
All bondsmen, all right, good luck. Keep in contact with your lawyer. Your name, sir? All right, Mr. Glamad, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of battery, domestic violence. I have read the charging affidavit. I do find sufficient probable cause. And the Old Winter Garden Road, 4441 Old Winter Garden Road, is that where you live in?
No, that's a family business.
Okay, that's right. Okay, this was a stepfather, right?
Yes, sir.
No one here? No one here for that case, okay. And so you live separate from your mom and your stepfather?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right. I'll set bond the amount of $500. Actually, he qualifies for PTR. You can either I'll give you a bond of $500, and then you'll have some conditions, or I'll release you without a bond for pretrial release, but there are more conditions with that. Whichever one you want. Which one would you want me to do?
The conditions. I don't take any drugs. PTR.
PTR, all right, I'll release the PTR. You're not to have any contact, or first of all, don't return to the family business at 4441 Old Winter Garden Road. Not to have any contact with your stepfather, Kendall, let's see, is it Edwards? Is that his last name? All right, and no contact with your mother at this point, and that, I'll spell that, it's IANTHE.
Yes, sir.
And then Cupid Edwards with a hyphen, that's her last name. No contact with them. No guns, no drugs, no weapons, no alcohol. Okay? All right, that's good. That'll make it easy. And I'll appoint a public defender, so you got a lawyer too.
All right, thank you.
All right, you're all set. Your name, sir?
Ryan Heilman.
All right, Mr. Heileman, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of battery, domestic violence. I have read the charging affidavit. I do find sufficient probable cause. All right, raise your right hand, please, ma'am. Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Okay.
Your name?
Cindy Heilman.
All right, you can put your hand down. And you are the alleged victim in the case?
I'm the wife, yes.
All right, and are you here today because you want to have contact, or are you here to tell me that you are afraid of him and you don't want to have contact?
Contact.
You do want to have contact with him. All right. So you would have no problem if I allowed him to return home?
Right.
As long as there's no hostile contact, right?
Yes.
Want me to put some condition on that?
Yes, I mean.
Okay. All right, you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. So what I'll do is, you do qualify for pretrial release, so I can release you without a bond, but there are some conditions that go along with that. Is that what you want to do, or do you want, I'll set a bond amount of $500, and you would have to pay the bond?
I believe I'd prefer the no bond with the conditions.
Okay, I'll release your pretrial release, with pretrial release conditions. You're to have no hostile contact with Cindy Heilman. No hostile contact means you can't raise your voice, you can't throw anything at her, you can't, nothing, right? You gotta be nice to her, all right? If you're not, she can call and you're back in jail. Okay, so no hostile contact with her. Not to possess any guns or weapons or any drugs or alcohol other than prescription medication that you have a prescription for, okay? Any questions about that?
No, Your Honor.
Did you want to have a lawyer appointed? Need a lawyer?
No, I'll obtain a private attorney.
You're going to hire somebody?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I won't I'll let you do that, but if you're going to hire someone, get them in quick. Go hire them as soon as possible so they can get started on the case, okay?
Yes, sir.
All righty, you're all set. Your name, ma'am? Your name?
Coy Himes.
How many times you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of battery, domestic violence? Let me see. This is one I had a question on. Oh, okay, I remember now, yeah. All right, I do find that there is a sufficient probable cause. Now, you also qualify for pretrial release, which would mean you wouldn't have to post a bond, but there are some conditions, as your analysis and things like that. Did you want to go with pretrial release, or I'll set a bond of 500 and you can just bond out with a bondsman, or?
Pre-trial release, what's
Okay. Well, that's what I'm telling you. There are more stringent conditions you have to report in and things like that. You have to call in to the pretrial release folks. If you bond out, you're just out until you have to go to your court. You can't get in trouble, of course, but it'll cost you either 500 cash and they'll get it back if you post it with the county, or you'd have to pay the premium to a bondsman.
Okay, and what are the conditions of the pretrial?
Well, you can't get into trouble. You're gonna have, I imagine there's urinalysis. You gotta, like I said, you gotta call in to them periodically to make sure that you're not getting into trouble.
When you say your analysis, you're saying going to them for it or an outside source?
How about I just set a bond?
Okay, that's fine.
I'll set a $500 bond. Were you living at the address, Apollo's Corner Way?
Please repeat that.
What's that?
Will you repeat that?
Were you living at the Apollo's Corner Way? All right. And I guess Brandon's living there too?
Yes, it's my home, and we do not share a child together, and we have not been together for over 14 years.
But you guys were in a relationship.
Yes.
The problem is going to be that you can't go back there if he's living there for right now.
I have kids there. It's my home, it's not his.
I understand that, but if he's there.
Your Honor?
Yep.
Unfortunately, we didn't catch it before, but he was also a co-defendant. So at this point, you're telling both of them that they can't live there.
Where did he say he was going somewhere else?
What's the co-defendant's name?
Brandon Crane, Your Honor.
Yeah, Brandon Crane.
Yeah, separate residence, no return.
Okay, so she can go back. I'll let you have it. All right, you can go and stay there. Now, he's gonna be able to come to the house to get some of his stuff, but he's gotta bring law enforcement one time. You can come one time and get his stuff, okay? Is DCF involved?
Don't think so.
They have to be, right? Both of them are out. Who's taking care of the kids now?
My oldest daughter is at home with her.
How old is she?
She's 18.
Then maybe they didn't. All right, well, you're not to have any contact with Brandon, and you are not to possess any guns or alcohol, no drugs or weapons. Okay, and I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. You're all set. I remember reading it, but I guess it just blew by me when he was in here. All right, your name, sir? All right, Mr. Mayor, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of domestic violence battery. I have reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find that there's sufficient probable cause. You live at the 617 Catherine Avenue address? So you have another place to go?
Yes.
Where's that?
I don't know it by heart, but I'm going to move in with my brother.
Okay. All right, I'll set bond amount of $500. You're not to return to the 617 Catherine Avenue address. You're to maintain a separate residence from Maradine, M-A-R-A-D-E-N-E, Vicky St. Clair. So if she moves from that address, you still can't be with her. So no contact with her. No drugs, no weapons, no alcohol, and no firearms. Did you want a lawyer appointed to represent you? Yes? Do you want a lawyer? I'll appoint a lawyer for you. All right, I'll appoint a lawyer for you. Appoint the public defender's office. Yeah, do you have any stuff at the house, at the Catherine Avenue? You have like clothing and stuff like that? All right, you can go one time to go get your stuff, but you have to take law enforcement with you, either a deputy or a police officer. Okay? All right. Your name, sir?
Jesus Muniz Rosa.
All right, sir, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of domestic violence or battery touch. Let me make sure it was domestic, right? Yes, domestic violence battery. And you find sufficient probable cause. Were you living at the 1048 Aspen Way address? Do you have another place to go? Where's that?
My best friend's house.
Okay. So 'cause you're not going to be able to have any contact with her or return there. You understand that?
I do.
Okay, I'll step on the amount of $500. No return to 1048 Aspen Way. You can go there. Do you have any items, clothes, anything there? Yes? You need to answer out loud.
Yes, sir.
All right. You can go there one time with law enforcement to pick up those items, okay? But that's it. And you're not to have any contact with, I just said her name. Where is it? Uh-oh. With the alleged victim. It's doesn't have the name in there. Okay? As I said, you can go back there one time. If she, and maintain a separate residence with her, if she moves from that address and she wants you to move in with her, you still can't do it, okay? All right, I'll appoint a public defender to represent you as well.
Thank you.
Still one person, is that that? Okay. Your name, sir?
Luis Rivera.
All right, Mr. Rivera, you're here today because you were arrested on the charge of battery domestic violence. I have read the charging affidavit, and I do find there's sufficient probable cause. Raise your right hand, please, ma'am. Are you, do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes.
All right, and your name?
Sol Acosta.
All right, and you're the alleged victim in this case?
Yes.
Okay. So are you here to tell me that you don't want him to come home or that you would like him to come home?
I don't want any contact with him.
Okay, so you don't want any contact with him. Okay. No problem. All right, and do you live at the Summer Wind Drive address?
I do.
Okay, that's your place?
It's both our place.
Okay, all right, he has stuff there?
Yes.
All right. Okay, so Mr. Rivera, I'll set a bond for you, but you can't have any contact at all with her. You heard that? She doesn't want to have contact with you, and I'm telling you, you're not to have any contact with her, whether it's by calling her, texting her, sending her a letter, going to her apartment, nothing. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Again, you can't have anyone else do it for you. All right, so I will set bond the amount of $500. You're not to return to 1804 Summer Wind Drive, and if she decides to move, you still can't have, you have to maintain a separate residence even if she asked you. No contact with Sol, S-O-L, Ibeth, I-B-E-T-H, Acosta, A-C-O-S-T-A. No guns, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. Did you want to have a lawyer appointed? You want a lawyer? No?
I mean, I need a public defender.
They are lawyers.
I'm sorry, yes.
So I'll appoint a lawyer, appoint a public defender for you. Yeah, and you can go back one time. He can come there one time to your house with law enforcement. He has to have someone from either sheriff's office or a police officer with him to pick up his stuff. Now, he can't take furniture, but he can take his clothes and things like that, okay?
Your Honor, he can come back to the apartment. I'm not going to stay there. I'm leaving.
When are you leaving?
I'm not there anymore.
So you're gone.
Yes.
So you won't be there if he bonds out today.
I won't be there.
You're out.
Yes.
Okay. All right, well, then he can go back. You can go back to that address then. And his stuff is all still there?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. Still, you can't have any contact with her.
We have a child together, so DCF is involved.
All right, and have they given you any kind of a plan or anything yet?
Yes.
Okay, so you're to follow whatever that DCF plan is, okay? So you can't have any contact with the child at this point until you understand what that DCF plan is, okay? He can't have contact with the kids unless the DCF says he can, okay? All right. Yes.
The one-time return.
Yes, yeah,
Thank you.
delete that, yeah. 'cause he- Right, maintain residence.
Thank
Okay. Your name, ma'am?
Michelle Soriano.
this is the one. Yeah, and this one, what was the, they get a call, where's the battery that happened here in Orange County with
That
her?
was my
and
question.
I don't see it, do you?
No,
We didn't see
Yeah.
it.
no.
Chief State informed me of it as well, and it's take place outside of county.
So what do you want me to do? Do you want more time or just want me to release her? He's here, so I guess we can hear what he say. Raise your right hand. Solemnly swear testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Your name?
Isaac Gertman.
All right, and you're the alleged victim in the case?
Sir.
You're the alleged victim in the case?
Okay, yeah.
All right.
Your Honor, may I say one thing?
Sure, yeah.
Honestly, this is, she has never gotten in trouble ever. She's never, ever been in anything like this. It was a big, it came out to her being the primary aggressor, so they took her anyways. I already asked them. I do allow her, we have a child together, so I do allow her to be home. There is no content. I have Dcf involved already, and we're working on a counseling plan for anger management, just to die down tension and just figure something out. And we have a safety monitor plan also for our kid, so that way everything can kind of be resolved out.
Yeah, I mean, even the allegation is that she took ice and threw it in, but that it doesn't even say it made contact. So I mean, I just don't see that there's anything there. So I can either, if you don't want more time, I can just ROR her, and then you guys can see if you're gonna do anything with it.
Yeah, ROR.
All right. I'm gonna release you on your own recognizance, okay? I'm gonna release you. I don't find sufficient probable cause at this point in time. So just no hostile contact with him. I'll put a condition on the ROR, okay? So you can have contact, but you can't, none of this stuff that's been going on allegedly, okay?
Your Honor?
Sir.
Yep,
I don't know that you can do both, find no PC and give
and then put a
conditions.
condition? All right, you're probably right. All right, just release on your own recognizance. So I'm gonna release her, okay?
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thanks for coming
Should we
in.
be pointed in the interim? Just
Yeah,
in
I'll
case?
appoint a public defender, just to keep a shepherd on it.
Thank you.
Your name, sir? Your name?
Richard Spur.
All right, Mr. Spur, you're here today because you were arrested on a charge of assault, domestic violence, and I have read the charging affidavit. I do find that there's sufficient probable cause. Raise your right hand, please. Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
And your name is?
My name is Dean Johnson.
All right, and you are the alleged victim in the case?
Yeah, no, can I just say something? This is completely and utterly, it's been blown out of proportion, really. What's, with regards to the language barrier with the sheriff.
Language barrier, you speak English, right?
Yeah, no, but battery is different to what, because nothing actually physically happened. It was
Well, okay, and I understand that they charged with assault. It's not battery, it's assault, meaning that there was a threat of violence. And at the time, the threat was either actual or implied, that the person who made the threat was able or appeared to be able to live up to the threat.
See, no,
It's an assault, it's not an actual contact, it's an assault.
yeah, no, it's just we've been on holiday together, and it's literally we've been in Disney World, and it's been a bit of a stressful. Disney World's quite stressful, and it's
Supposedly the happiest place in the world, I thought.
it is.
What they say in the commercials.
Well, it is.
I mean, that would be a bad commercial. Come to Disney, it's very stressful.
It's just, and I just think it's just all been blown out of proportion, and I just.
So what you're saying is you have no problem with him having contact?
No, Richard, he's my best friend, and he's the loveliest person in the world, and he's brought me on holiday, and he's made my dreams come true. So it's just completely and utterly been blown out of proportion.
All right.
I just, I mean, he wouldn't hurt a fly. He's the loveliest person in the world, and yeah.
All right.
It's all very scary.
Okay, all right. I'll set, he doesn't qualify, I guess not.
No, they stay out of the country, Your Honor.
Yeah. All right, I'll set bond in the amount of $500. You can have no hostile contact. He can have contact with you, you can go back and be where he is, but you just can't be this is exactly what hostile contact is. In other words, the allegation is not that you punched him or hit him or anything, it's just that you threatened him and it appeared that you had the ability to carry it out. So that's the kind of conduct you can't do.
I understand that. I actually didn't threaten him. All I
Okay, well,
did
no, you
was-
don't want to say anything because everything's being recorded and they could use it against you,
Oh,
all right?
okay.
So I will, but I'll say no hostile contact, but you guys can be together and be wherever you want to be.
Right, I have another question.
Hang on a second, your attorney, I'll appoint a public defender as well.
Your Honor, could we request a lower bond, maybe $100, because as he's out of country, you'd have to pay the whole amount, considering the
Yeah,
circumstances.
that's fine, $100. I expect this probably is not going to get filed, so.
Yes.
Okay.
And he'll be able to return,
$100, and you post $100 cash, you get it all back when the case closes.
he'll be able to return to London.
Would my friend be able to post the $100 now?
I've got the cash on me. Yeah.
Yeah, he can go downstairs, I assume, right, you know.
You can do it, and then I'd be able to leave now because we have a flight potentially at 7 o'clock tonight we would like to make.
You literally have the defendant saying that they're fleeing the jurisdiction.
No, they're going to be in contact with our office.
Okay,
obviously.
all
They
right,
need to
stay
come
in
back
contact
home.
with your lawyer, because, we'll come and get you. You know what, in fact, if you don't show up for court, I'm gonna volunteer to come.
We
and
haven't
get you
got
back.
Disneyland though.
I'll go there.
unfortunately.
Well, I don't want you to come back and get stressed out by going to Disney. Maybe next time Universal, okay?
So would we both have to come back because he'd have to testify?
Well, he's a witness, so the state's gonna want to talk to him. Yeah, he's the alleged victim, so yeah, he'll have to. My expectation is this is not really going past here, but you never know. So $100, and you're fine, and you're allowed to return to London. Just stay in contact with your attorney, and I'll appoint a public defender. Okay? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Come on. Your name, sir?
Aníbal Tirado.
Mr. Tirado, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of domestic violence battery. I've read the charging affidavit, and I do find that there's sufficient probable cause. Were you living at that Dixie Bell address?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you have another place to go?
Yes, sir.
Where's that?
My brother's house.
What's that, your brother?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I'll set bond in the amount of $500. No return to the 2065 Dixie Bell Drive address. And you're to have maintain a separate residence with, let's see, where is it? I remember. Is Thais, Matos. So no contact with her, all right? No guns, no drugs, no weapons, no alcohol. Now, I assume you have clothing and items like that at that house?
Yes, all my belongings are there, sir.
What's that?
All my belongings.
Okay, then you can go back one time with a law enforcement escort, either a deputy or a police officer, to pick up whatever items you need at this point. Okay? All right, I'll appoint a public defender to represent you.
Thank you.
Oh, where's this guy? I don't see him on here. Hang on. Let's see. Oh, it's a warrant. Okay. All right, your name, sir?
Norman Gunn.
All right, Mr. Gunn, you're here today because you're arrested on 3 warrants out of county. These are from Lake County, and there is no bond on all 3 counts. There are domestic violence battery, false imprisonment, and a witness intimidation. There is no bond. Lake County will be notified, okay?
Can we be appointed in the interim until he's transferred?
Yeah, I'll appoint to the PD until he's gone. Your name, ma'am? Come on forward.
I'm sorry, I can't.
It's all right. Your name?
Lynette Rogers.
All right, Ms. Rogers, you're here because you're arrested on a warrant out of DeSoto County.
Yes.
And there is no bond on that. We'll be notifying DeSoto County.
Okay.
And appoint a public defender for in the interim. Then I have Lamont Taylor. One.
Bond court is a free service, but it takes several hours of my time every day. Less than 10% of bond court viewers hit the like button, and less than 1% leave a comment. If you want bond court to continue to be available on YouTube for free, then please hit the like button and leave a comment on all of my videos.
Your name, sir? Your name, sir?
Kenneth Hardy.
All right, Mr. Hardy, you're here today because you were arrested on three charges: burglary of structure, trespassing on property, and possession of drug paraphernalia. I have reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find this.
Your Honor?
Yep.
May I be heard as to
Sure.
PC on count 1?
Yep.
May I approach?
Sure.
I have some case law. At head note 8, it talks about a trespass without an intent to commit an offense therein. It shouldn't be charged as a burglary. It should be, if defendant successfully entered a condo unit not his own with an intent to commit an offense, his crime was a completed burglary. But if defendant successfully enters a condominium unit not his own with no such intent, the crime was a trespass. I think in the facts in the affidavit, the alleged trespass was onto the porch. He sat down. I don't believe there was an offense committed or an intent to commit an offense therein. So I would have you find PC for trespass, but not for the burglary charge.
State?
Your Honor, as weak as it is, the crime therein is the possession of the drug paraphernalia.
Yeah.
It may rebut.
Yeah, sure.
If he went onto the porch to grab the paraphernalia, I would understand that argument, but if it's already on his person, allegedly, I don't know if that's enough to say that there was an offense therein, or an intent to commit an offense therein.
Okay, yeah, I guess based on case law, there was nothing to indicate that he was doing anything more than just was on the curtilage. Does they want additional time, or I can?
No additional time necessary, Your Honor.
I'll arm on the burglary of a structure, set bond, 150 and 150 on the 2 counts, the misdemeanor counts, and appoint a public defender. Don't go back there, Mr. Hardy. You're not to return to the 617 West Colonial Drive.
So am I getting out today, sir?
But if you can bond out, you can, yeah. It's $150 on count 2 and count 3 each, okay?
You say you gave me an ROR.
On the burglary count, on the one that was 3,500 or whatever that one was. Okay? All right, good luck.
What's with the other ones?
Possession of paraphernalia and trespass.
How long am I gonna be here?
Well, if you bond out,
I'm not gonna bond out.
then it'll be whenever, if they file on just the misdemeanors, and potentially it'll get set for an arraignment and set for a pretrial, or they may not go forward. It's up to the state at this point. Okay? All right, good luck. Your name, sir? Your name? What's the name?
Donnie Hunter.
Is it Donnie or Danny? All right, you're here today, Mr. Hunter, because you're arrested on charge of aggravated assault, domestic violence, and attempted second-degree murder. and I have reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find there's sufficient probable cause. Actually, is it? Why did oh, that's the other case. So, yeah, you're just here on the attempted second-degree murder at this point. There is no bond on that, and I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. If you do, if bond does get set, I'm going to order that you not have any contact with Joshua Dixon.
Is the attempted second PBL punishable by life?
I think it is, isn't it? It's not?
I believe he's entitled to a bond on that.
Okay. Then I'll set it at 15,000. No contact with Joshua Dixon and no contact with, what's her name? Michelle Craddock, Craddock. Don't return to the overpass or the Rio Grande Avenue 408 overpass. Can't go back in there. And don't possess any drugs or alcohol, any guns or weapons. Okay?
Sir, Your Honor, I don't know.
The public defender will be appointed.
I don't know who that person is.
Okay, we can talk to your attorney about that. Luis Miguel Torres Olivio, he bonded? Is that right?
No, these are behavior.
Oh, behavior. So,
Wait, so we did,
do you want me to just go ahead, you can waive?
Wait, who's the case we're calling? Oh, the Spanish, I'm sorry.
Yeah, the
Yes,
Spanish.
we'll waive the appearance.
All right. I do find sufficient probable cause. Let me see. Was it behavior or refuse?
Behavior. They say behavior down there, because he's in a safe book now.
Oh, yeah, that'll do it. And what is the correction? Hold on. Okay, step on, okay, well, what is that correction? Are they adding the PTR on that? Okay, gotcha. All right, gotcha, yep. Count $100, count two $100, count three $2,500, point of public defender. Okay, your name, sir?
Excuse me, sir, can you speak slowly for me, please?
We don't have an interpreter.
You can speak slowly for me, please, sir?
He's hard of hearing, Your Honor.
Okay. Your name? What is your name?
Your Honor, probably if you also remove your mask, so he can live.
That might make it easier, yeah. What is your name?
Jonathan Morales, sir.
All right. Mr. Rogers?
The address?
No, your name.
Jonathan Morales.
Oh, okay, got it. I'll find it. There we go. All right, Mr. Morales. All right. There it is.
Your Honor, I have a PC argument to this as well.
Okay. All right, Mr. Morales, you're here today on two charges, armed robbery with a firearm, wearing a mask, and grand theft third degree. I have reviewed the charging affidavit. Actually, this was on was this on an arrest warrant?
Yes. Where PC's already been found.
Yeah. And as to count one, there is no bond. Count two, $1,000. I'll reduce that one. Did you want to have a lawyer, public defender? Yes, I'll appoint a public defender to represent you.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, that was a different case I was thinking of.
Yeah, okay.
I saw the charge, and I thought it was a different case.
What were the conditions were, what did she put on there? All right, you're not to have any return to, let me make sure where that is. If you do get a bond and bond out, you're not to return to 1-4 266 East Colonial, the Yucca Grill. Don't go back there. And you're not to have any contact with Ronaldo Franco. All righty, good luck. Thank you. Your name, sir?
Harris Rogers Jr.
All right, Mr. Rogers, you're here because you were arrested on a warrant for failing to appear on a petty theft charge. There is a bond of $1,000 on that, but it looks like you also have a hold for Polk County.
There was an offer to resolve, Your Honor.
Okay, what is that?
On the petty theft, it would be an adjudication, court costs, and no return, I believe. Yes. Correct.
All right,
I
and
did
Mr.
have a-
Rogers, is that what you wish to do? To resolve your petty theft by entering a plea of no contest?
Yes, sir.
Okay, are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol?
Sir.
Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol?
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead and sign your plea form.
I did have a chance to speak with Mr. Rogers as a friend of the court, Your Honor, and went over the plea form with him, and I believe he still wishes to resolve. May I approach the bench?
Sure,
May I approach the bench?
Have you suffered from or been treated for any mental illness in the past?
Yes, sir.
All right, you understood the rights on the form and you signed it on the bottom and you discussed it with the Assistant Public Defender, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you understand it's punishable by up to 60 days in jail, up to a $500 fine, and that the entry of your plea would result in deportation if you're not a citizen. You understand?
Yes, sir.
All right, I do find sufficient factual basis, I will adjudge you guilty of the charge. You'll be sentenced to time served, impose court costs on a $50 cost of prosecution, it's a total of $273. Can you pay that within the next 12 months? All right, pay within 12 months, you'll be released. As of this case, the only other thing is I'm going to order that you not return to the Walmart store at 8101 South John Young Parkway for a period of 1 year. If you do go back there, the court's made aware that you are subject to a contempt citation, which could result in up to a 180-day jail sentence. Oh, it's actually 323, okay, because there's a application fee.
Did you give him a year for court costs? I'm
Yeah,
sorry, Your Honor.
a year.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Furman Velasquez? Are you Mr. Velasquez?
Yes, sir.
All right. You're here today because you were arrested on a charge of criminal mischief with damage more than $200. And there is a bond set in the amount of $500.
Your Honor, there was an offer to resolve this as well, but I believe Mr. Velasquez would like to hear facts on the record as to this case. I don't believe a plea was entered in this case. I double-checked before court, and I don't know if pretrial services found anything different.
The problem is, it looks like it was filed, and there's not an affidavit in here. So I couldn't even say what it was about. It's a summons case from December. State have any?
One moment, Your Honor. Victim was in his house when he heard banging noise outside. Victim looked out and saw the defendant with a shovel banging on the victim's two window-mounted AC units. The damage was estimated to be approximately $400.
All right, so the allegation is that you were taking a shovel to a AC unit and hitting the AC unit and causing damage to it. And this would have happened at some point last year. I can't give you a specific date.
About October 5th, Your Honor.
October 5th of last year.
I have another second to confirm,
Sure.
Your Honor.
Mm-hmm.
Your Honor, Mr. Velasquez is adamant that he pled to this charge and went to jail for it.
I was in jail.
You pled to it.
He may have, my inkling is that it may have been a mailed plea form, and I don't know if it was ever filed. That may be the,
Well, this doesn't show that he was ever in court. It looks like an information was filed, there was a summons, then that was returned to perfect service, and then eventually it looks like recently, the KPS was from last week.
understood.
Allegations he failed to appear on March 24th for arraignment. So I don't see that he could ever, he wasn't ever being held on this case. This is the first time he's been arrested on it.
And there's no way to change the bond amount because it's a capias? Is it in your division by chance?
What was it, 500?
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, the judge that put the $500 capias on there can be pretty mean. I'm not sure I want to cross her. I may, if she finds out, she might come looking for me. What is the state's position?
Your Honor, if you can get that mean judge to change her opinion, then so be it. But barring that, then it has to remain as is.
Yeah, I'll leave it where it is. I don't see, he may be confused, he may have had another charge, I don't know.
After conferring again with Mr. Velasquez, I believe he wishes to enter a plea with the state's offer of an adjudication of guilt, time served, and a reserve to restitution.
Okay. All right, Mr. Velasquez, that's what you want to do, to send a plea of no contest, plea of convenience to get it over with, is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol?
No, Your Honor.
Have you suffered from or been treated for any mental illness in the past?
No, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead and sign your plea form. Nah, he's just friendly of the courting.
May I approach the bench, Your Honor?
Sure.
Your Honor, do you need a restitution order, or will you just maintain jurisdiction?
I'll just maintain it, yeah. I'll order it, and then that way, as long as it's within a reasonable amount of time. All right, did you understood the rights in here, signed it? Do you have any questions about the rights?
No, Your Honor.
You understand this is punishable by up to 60 days in jail, up to a $500 fine, and that the entry of your plea would result in deportation if you're not a citizen?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I do find sufficient factual basis. I will adjudge you guilty. You'll be sentenced to the time you've served. I'll impose court costs, $50 cost of prosecution, and order restitution, reserving as to the amount of that restitution for which the state can come back. Now, could you, it sounds like it's around $400, so if it is $400, then the total is going to be about $673 for everything. Can you pay that in 18 months?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so pay within 18 months. And the state will come forward with that amount at some point if they wish to seek the restitution. Okay? All righty, you'll be released as to this case.
What's the credit time served?
Time served? Two. Your name, sir?
Eric Birch.
All right, Mr. Birch, you're here today because you're arrested on charge of open container and possession of cannabis. I have reviewed the charging affidavit, and it does, there is a sufficient probable cause.
For the city-county ordinances, Your Honor, there was an offer from the state on behalf of the city of a withhold and time served. I spoke with Mr. Birch, and I believe he wishes to resolve. We went over the plea form as well. I spoke with him as a friend of the court.
All right, Mr. Birch, you wish to enter a plea of no contest with both those counts, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol today?
No, I've been in.
Have you suffered from or been treated for any mental illness in the past?
Yeah.
You take any medication for that? No. You understand what's going on here today, though?
Yes, sir.
You understand what these charges are about?
Yes, sir.
All right. You understand, did you read over a plea form, understand those rights?
Yes, sir.
Okay, do you have any questions about those rights?
No, sir.
Go ahead and sign it.
May I approach the bench?
Sure. You understand that count one, the possession of open container is punishable by up to 60 days in jail, up to a $500 fine, and the possession of cannabis is punishable by up to a year in the county jail and up to a $1,000 fine, and that the entry of your pleas could result in deportation if you're not a citizen. Understand?
Yes, sir.
All right. I do find sufficient factual basis as to count one, open container. I will withhold adjudication, sentence time served. Count 2, possession of cannabis, withhold adjudication, time served. Those sentences will run concurrent with one another on post-court costs and a $50 cost of prosecution, which is a total of $273. Can you pay for that, get that paid in the next 12 months?
Honestly, sir, I can pay it by the end of this month, around the 27th,
No problem.
28th.
It'll say 12 months. You can pay it at any point in time in the next 12 months. Okay? All righty, you're all set.
Thank you.
All right, your name, sir?
Mr. Stephen Fateau.
All right.
Good, Your Honor.
Good, yourself? Mr. Fatel, you're here today because you were arrested on charge of urinating in public. I have read the charging affidavit. Do you find sufficient probable cause?
There was an offer to resolve a withhold and time served. I went over that plea form with Mr. Fateau and believe he wishes to resolve no contest today. May I approach?
Oh, yes, you may. And so, Mr. Fatel, you do wish to enter a plea of no contest?
Yep.
All right. Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol today?
No.
Have you suffered from or been treated for any mental illness in the past?
No.
Read over your plea form, understood the rights, and sign it on the bottom. This sheet over here. All right. Any questions about the rights?
No question.
No? All right. You understand this is punishable by up to 60 days in jail, up to a $500 fine, and that the entry of your plea would result in deportation if you're not a citizen. All right. I do find sufficient factual basis. I will withhold adjudication, sentence you to time served, impose court costs, and a $10 filing reimbursement. This is a city, yeah. So it's a total of $233. Can you pay that within the next year? In 12 months?
I would do my best to do that.
I'll give you 18 months. How about that? All right, pay within 18 months. You're all set. You'll be released.
All righty.
Oh, you know what? I think that was it. The one before, the guy was his city case. Okay, all right, good. So that's, he'll be happily surprised then. All right, your name, sir? Your name? Last name?
Ludlow.
All right, sir, you're here today because you're arrested on 2 charges. Count 1, open container. Count 2, possession of cannabis. I have read the charging affidavit. I do find there's sufficient probable cause.
There was an offer to resolve a withhold time served. I went over the plea form with Mr. Ledlow. Believe he wishes to resolve today. May I approach the bench?
Yes. Mr. Ledlow, so you want to enter pleas of no contest to both those counts. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol today?
No, sir.
Have you suffered from or been treated for any mental illness in the past?
I have a right frontal lobe cyst on my head.
Do you understand what's going on here today?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you read over your plea form? Did you have any questions about anything on this form? When you just signed. Any questions about it?
No, sir.
Okay, you understand that the open container is punishable by up to a maximum of 60 days in jail, up to a $500 fine, and the possession of cannabis is punishable by up to a year in the county jail, and up to a $1,000 fine, and that the entry of your pleas could result in deportation if you're not a citizen.
Yes, sir.
All right. I do find sufficient factual basis as to count 1, open container. I'll withhold adjudication, sentence to time served. As to count 2, possession of cannabis, I'll withhold adjudication, time served. Those sentences will run concurrent with one another. On post-court costs and a $10 filing reimbursement, it's a total of $233. Can you get that paid in 12 months?
I can try.
All right, I'll give you 18. All right? All right, you'll be released to this case. Good luck. Your name, sir?
Michael Murillo.
All right, Mr. Murillo, you're here today because you were arrested on a charge of open container. I have reviewed the charging affidavit, and I do find that there's sufficient probable cause.
And there was an offer to reserve, Your Honor, a withhold and time served. I spoke with Mr. Murillo. Went over the plea form. I believe he wishes to resolve today. May I approach?
Sure. Mr. Murillo, is that correct? You wish to enter a plea of no contest to this charge?
Yes, sir.
All right, are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Have you suffered from or been treated for any mental illness in the past?
No, sir.
Your plea form you signed, you understood the rights on that? Do you have any questions?
No.
You understand this is punishable by up to 60 days in jail, up to a $500 fine, and that the entry of your plea would result in deportation if you're not a citizen. All right, I do find sufficient factual basis. I'll withhold adjudication. Be sentenced to the time that you've served. I'll impose court costs and a $10 filing reimbursement. A total of $233. Yeah, can you get that paid within 12 months?
I can. Yes, sir.
All right, pay within 12 months. You'll be released as to this case. Your name?
Christopher Nara.
Mr. Nyhart, you're here today because you were arrested on charge of disorderly conduct. I have reviewed the charging affidavit, and I do find sufficient probable cause.
There was an offer to resolve, Your Honor, a withhold and time served. I spoke with Mr. Nahart, went over the plea form. I believe he wishes to resolve today.
Is that right, Mr. Nahar? You want to enter a plea of no contest?
Yes, sir.
All right, are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol today? Have you suffered from or been treated for any mental illness in the past?
No, sir.
All right, you understood the rights on the plea form and then signed it. Do you have any questions about those rights?
No.
You understand this is punishable by up to 60 days in jail, up to a $500 fine, and that the entry of your plea would result in deportation if you're not a citizen.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead and sign it.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yep. All right, Mr. Nahart, I will find I do find sufficient factual basis to accept your plea. I'll withhold adjudication. We'll sentence you to the time that you've served, impose court costs and a $10 filing reimbursement, which is a total of $233. Can you get that paid in 18 months?
I imagine so.
All right. Pay within 18 months, then you'll be released as to this case. Your name, sir? All right, Mr. Howard, you're here today for two things. First of all, you were charged with a driving while license suspended, and there is sufficient probable cause. Bond be set in the amount of $500. You were also out on bond on a charge of sex offender failing to register. Where is, that's a 21 case and it's still just, that got filed, it's been filed on? Or was it, I guess it was a warrant. It's not been filed on yet?
Nope.
All right, I'll leave that bond in place. Did you want to have a public defender appointed? Want a public defender? All right, I'll appoint a public defender for you. Your name, sir?
Look, Preble.
Mr. Preble, you're here today on two cases. First of all, you were arrested on charge of driving while license suspended. And second of all, attaching a tag that's not assigned. I do find sufficient probable cause on the driving while license suspended and set bond amount of $500. On the attaching a tag, it'd be $100. And I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. Is that two separate cases? Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, because they're, I got you. Yeah. All right, yeah. And then you were out on bond on another driving while suspended. I'm going to revoke that bond, set a new bond in the amount of $3,000. Did you want a public defender appointed on your new case?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll appoint a public defender for you. Your name, sir?
Mason Abdul-Jabbar.
All right, sir, you're here today because you were arrested on two charges, robbery with a deadly weapon and petty theft.
Your Honor, this is the case I had a PC challenge on.
Okay.
May I be heard?
Yep.
As to the robbery, I believe that's a punishable by life offense, but reading the facts in the arrest affidavit, the alleged petty theft, according to the witness, the suspect walked to the cold beverage section, grabbed an energy drink, cold coffee beverage from the cooler. Jonathan advised the suspect then walked past all points of sale, exited the business, and walked towards the vehicle. And then I believe there was a knife. But as to the theft itself, I think that may have been, according to the affidavit, completed once he left and passed all points of sale. The probable cause I saw was for an assault with a deadly weapon. I don't believe our client took anything from the witness, Jonathan, the worker.
I think the problem is, though, it's like in a petty theft, if you use the force in either obtaining the item or getting away from the item, it's still, I mean, it's a robbery. He used it was ongoing because they were attempting to get the items back, and the knife was then used as a threat while he was trying to stop him from stealing the item. So I think I disagree with you on that one. So as to the robbery deadly weapon, there is no bond on that. On the petty theft, set bond amount of $500. If you do bond out, or actually, I'll stay it at 100, I'm sorry, I thought it was 500. No return to the 7-Eleven at 7329 West Sand Lake Road, and no contact with the manager at the store who was involved in the case, and his name was?
Jonathan Conti?
Yes. All right, I'll put on a public defender. We'll do a witness. Yeah, I guess he's actually a victim in the robbery.
No weapons, no firearms?
Yeah, no weapons, no drugs, no firearms, no alcohol. Daniel Aubrey, is that right? All right, Mr. Aubrey, you're here today because you're arrested on 2 charges, possession of cocaine and grand theft, 3rd-degree motor vehicle. I do find sufficient probable cause. Did possession get filed on? Oh, that's a different case. Yeah, it's a different case. We're just here on the grand theft.
He's in both cases.
He is?
Mhm.
Oh, he must be on here twice. Twice is nice. All right, as to the grand theft, set bond amount of $1,000. As to the possession of cocaine, $1,000. I'll appoint a public defender on both cases. Oh, yeah, there is 2. Okay?
Sir.
Brown is surely gone.
All right, Ms. Carol bonded. All right.
You said Carol bonded?
No, Carol didn't bond.
Who bonded?
Brown, Malik Brown.
Oh, okay. Your name?
Roman Carroll.
Mr. Carroll, you're here today for 2 matters. First of all, you were arrested on a charge of possession of MDMA. I have reviewed the charging affidavit, and there is sufficient probable cause. What's going on here? Hang on a second. Bond on that is set in the amount of $1,000. I will appoint a public defender to represent you. Yeah, I gotta get to the other one, if I can get this thing to work. And second of all, you're here for an open container charge. I do find sufficient probable cause on that. Bond set in the amount of $100 on that. When a public defender as well. Isn't he out on bond on something else?
Yes, on a battery.
And you were out on bond on the battery. Has that been filed on?
He was referred to pretrial
Trial
diversion.
diversion.
Oh, that's why it's that age. Just leave that where it's at. That's gonna get kicked back. He'll end up back at arraignment on that. Your name, sir? First name?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Cheney, you're here today for a couple of things. First of all, you were arrested on a capias for failing to appear on possession of cocaine, possession of drug paraphernalia. I believe, Judge, yeah, there's no bond on that, on those failure to appears. And then there was also, there has been a new trial date set for you. You'll get information on that. And second of all, you were arrested on a new charge of possession of cocaine, set bond amount of $1,000, appoint a public defender in the new case for you. Your name, sir? Come on forward.
Harold Collins.
All right, Mr. Collins, you're here today because you were arrested on a charge of sale and delivery of MDMA. I did find that there's sufficient probable cause. Bond set in the amount of $7,500, $7,500. You're also out on bond on a delivery of heroin within 1,000 feet of a place of worship, sale and delivery of ecstasy, and delivery of cannabis within 1,000 feet of a place of worship, and revoke that bond, set no bond.
Your Honor.
Yep.
May I inquire as to the date that's on the warrant that's before you today, the
Yeah, let me
current?
check.
Date of the events?
Is signed by, let's see, Judge Falcone on the 17th.
I mean the events in the warrant.
Let me see. Is that
Thank you.
in here? They don't have that. It's not attached.
May I inquire
I mean,
Madam State?
it's a 21 case, 2021, so
What,
it had to have happened in 2021.
Yep, and his out-on-bond case also was in 2021. So that's why I couldn't access.
Well, yeah, yes, but this case is 2022. I mean, you're right, it could have happened in 2021, and then it took them 3 or 4 months to get it to this, but the case that he's on today is a 2022 case.
Understood, Your Honor.
And,
Do we have a case number for the warrant? All I have is the generated one.
it's 2021 CF 137, it looks like 13723 AO.
isn't that the
It's
old?
the add-on bond case.
What's that?
That's the add-on bond case.
Yes, that's what he wanted, right?
No, the current warrant, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
the new one, yeah, it's 2022 CF 3649 AO. That's the new case.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Sure. On Odyssey, it shows 3822, where it has the information. A lot of times, at least in traffic cases, that would indicate the date of the alleged offense, but that might be the date that they got the warrant, I don't know.
So my thought process here, Judge, and I don't mean to belay anything, but usually I read through the warrant that they're here on to make sure that the date that they're
No,
on
I
the
got you.
bond-
I know exactly what you're saying.
And I don't, all I see in Odyssey is what's happening today. I don't see a,
Well, the only indication on the warrant, it says it's alleged that on or between December 2021 and March 8th of 2022 for this case, the warrant that he's here on today.
then I would have no argument about the out-on-bond status.
Okay. All right. So I will revoke that bond, no bond. Point of public defender on the new case. Let's see. No possession or consumption of drugs without a valid prescription. All right. Your name, ma'am?
Over to you.
All right, ma'am, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of possession of cocaine with intent to sell or deliver.
Your Honor.
Yeah, I read this. I mean, technically it is with possession with intent. She alleged that she was going to give it to somebody. But I don't think that's what this is for. So I will find PC, but I'm going to set bond amount of $1,000.
Oh, so you'll find PC with intent to sell and deliver?
I find it for the intent to deliver, yes. She was going to deliver it, but she was just gonna give it to somebody because someone gave it to her. It's not, I mean, I don't think it's not the delivery or sale that we generally see. In other words, it wasn't really, she was gonna give it to somebody, I get it.
Okay.
But really, it's a possession.
She does otherwise qualify for PTR as well.
I guess you could do that too. I'll find PC, I find PC, so I'll PTR then. That's even better. And I'll appoint a public defender to represent.
Any conditions, yeah?
No drugs, no alcohol, no guns, no weapons. And no contact with, well, all I have is Red. With your friend Red, no contact with him.
What was the individual's name?
Red, the person who allegedly gave you this bag to give to someone else. He did you no favors.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a witness. I don't think, all he had was Red. They don't even have anything else, so he's not a co-defendant. Your name, sir?
Ali Dow.
All right, Mr. Dow, you're here today because you're arrested on 3 charges. No, 2 charges, excuse me. Count one, sale and delivery of fentanyl, bond set in the amount of $15,000, possession of fentanyl amounts, the bond set for $100, and I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. All right, your name, sir?
Isaac James LeGrand.
All right, Mr. LeGrand, you're here because you're arrested on 2 charges of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon and unlawful discharge of a firearm. I have to say, I find that there is definitely probable cause for the possession of firearm by a convicted felon, but I got questions on the unlawful discharge. There was a report that someone fired a gun. They went there and they found him he had a gun, and there was, I guess, a cartridge or something. There's no indication that the cartridge was from his gun or that there was any witness that indicated that he saw that. So I'll find the probable cause as to count 1. Did the state want more time, or you just want me to go ahead and RO him on count 2?
You can just RR me.
All right. So up on the amount of $4,000 in count 1, ROR you on the unlawful discharge, so on the second count, and then appoint a public defender to represent you.
Your Honor, so it doesn't make a difference that the same make of bullet that was found was from the same make of gun that was under his thigh?
There's no indication that that came from his gun. Just the same make, but nobody said they saw him do it. There's no indication that was recently fired. So, no, I don't think it's enough. Jonathan LaRosa?
Yes.
Medical. All right. Do you want to waive on him? He's got a bunch.
Yes, we'll waive the appearance, Your Honor.
All right. As to 2022 CF 3633 AO, possession of cocaine, do find sufficient probable cause, set bond amount of $1,000, and appoint the public defender. 2022 CF 3630 AO, sufficient probable cause, grand theft motor vehicle, set bond in the amount of, what do they have there? $1,000, appoint a public defender, and 2022 MM 373 AO. Like that was it's a warrant, failure to appear, bond set in the amount of $1,000, and if not previously done so, appoint a public defender to represent him in that one as well. Your name, ma'am?
Sheila Milton.
All right, Ms. Milton, you're here today because you were arrested on a couple of charges. First of all, it's a petty theft with 2 or more prior convictions and a possession of drug paraphernalia. Do you find sufficient probable cause, bond set in the amount of $1,000 on the petty theft, and I'm going to reduce the paraphernalia to $100, and I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. Your name, sir?
Jacquez Mosen.
Mr. Mosley, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of grand theft 3rd degree. I have reviewed the charging affidavit, and I do find that there's sufficient probable cause. Bond in that case is set at $2,500. And you're also out on bond on a possession of amphetamine. Wow, that was just last week.
Yes.
I'll revoke that bond and set no bond on that. Appoint a public defender to represent you on the new case. Your name, sir?
Johnny Tyler.
Mr. Tyler, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of carrying a concealed firearm. I did read the charging affidavit. I do find sufficient probable cause, set bond in the amount of $4,000. I will appoint a public defender to represent you in the new charges. You are also out on bond currently on an aggravated assault with a weapon, deadly weapon, and with the deadly weapon without intent to kill or an assault. I'm going to revoke that bond, set no bond on that. Homer Walker, okay, he's got 2.
Waive the appearance, Your Honor.
All right, as to the 2021 CF 15531 AO, a failure to report, there was a failure to appear, there's a bond amount of $5,000 on that, and appoint a public defender if not previously done so. And then there was the misdemeanor false information. I do find sufficient probable cause on that, and we'll set bond in the amount of $500, appoint a public defender to represent him on that as well. Your name?
Adam Mae Williams.
All right, Ms. Williams, you're here for 2 things. First of all, you failed to appear on a charge of possession of a controlled substance, and there is a bond of $2,500 on that. And second of all, there's another failure to appear. On a criminal mischief. And there is a bond in the amount of $2,500 on that as well. And if the public defender was not previously appointed, I will appoint the public defender to represent you on both of those charges.
Okay. So what?
Your name, sir?
Alexander Woodson.
All right, Mr. Woodson, you're here today because you're arrested on several charges. First of all, you were arrested on a charge of possession of cannabis, more than 20 grams, possession of drug paraphernalia, and a driving while license suspended. I have reviewed the charging affidavit and citation in this case. On the possession of cannabis, bond will be set in the amount of $2,500. Possession of drug paraphernalia, I'm going to lower that bond to $100. And then on the driving while license suspended, bond is $500, and I'll appoint a public defender on all of those cases for you.
His out on bond, Your Honor?
What's that? Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that. What is he out on bond on? No valid and conspiracy to possess, about the same. All right, I'll revoke those bonds, no bond. On the other case. And the appoint a public defender if he hadn't been appointed already on the other one.
Bond court is a free service, but it takes several hours of my time every day. Less than 10% of bond court viewers hit the like button, and less than 1% leave a comment. If you want Bond Court to continue to be available on YouTube for free, then please hit the like button and leave a comment on all of my videos. Please enjoy this pre-COVID Bond Court session. Starting in 3, 2, 1. Bond Court.
All right, we are on the record. It's April 1st, April Fool's Day. And this is Judge Wish. It is Courtroom 1, Session 1. Can I have the parties please announce themselves for the record?
Coffee Kennedy Swanson on behalf of the Office of State Attorney.
Let's discuss on behalf of the Office of the Public Defender.
All right, sir, please tell me your name.
Steve Haddon.
All right, Mr. Haddon,
Stephen Mark Haddon, I kept my name.
you're here in 2019 MO
Yeah.
562AO. You
59.
were arrested for an open container violation. I do
Yes.
find probable cause. Do you want to try and resolve your case today, Mr. Haddon?
Definitely, and I won't drink it like that anymore.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there an offer for
I
Mr.
know I
Haddon?
smoke, but it'll be natural.
Adjudication of guilt, 5 days.
A taste of guilt, 5
And
days.
then does he have, how much time does he have
in?
in?
Put in the trash can. I know the beer thing is. So I need to understand clothes, you understand?
And I do have to impose court costs, Mr. Haddon, but I'll give you a year to pay him off. So you want to plea?
Oh,
I'll
sorry,
plead 5
were we
days,
appointed?
no contest.
I don't know if
5
you were
days.
appointed previously.
Saying that.
He didn't fill out a form, but I'm gonna appoint you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, 5 days. That's a little wide left from
Yeah, we will accept that on offer. Your Honor,
13
it'll be
social
no
security at the
contest.
house. Steve report. Okay. Call him up. Oh, he told.
Thank you. You want a plea no contest?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Haddon, I'm showing you this plea form. Is this your signature at the bottom? Is that a yes?
Yes.
All right. Did you understand everything contained within the plea form?
Yes.
Do you understand all the rights you're giving up by entering the plea?
Yes.
Are you on probation anywhere?
Nothing. I know
All
probation.
right. Do you understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, this plea will subject you to deportation?
U.S. citizen.
All right. I do find a factual basis for you to enter the plea. I'm
After
going to
U.S.
adjudicate
citizen.
you guilty, sentence you to 5 days in the Orange County Jail with 3 days credit for time served. I'm going to order that you pay court costs by April 1st, 2020. It gives you a year to pay them off. If you want to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court, you must do so in writing within 30 days. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you, sir. Good luck to you, Mr. Haddon. All right, tell me your name, ma'am.
Jeannie Roger.
All right, Miss Rogers, you're here in 2019 MM2719AO. You were arrested for trespass on a property after warning. I do find probable cause for your arrest. I am going to appoint the public defender to represent you. Is there an offer for Miss Rogers?
Credit for time served, Your Honor, adjudication of guilt.
Okay.
We will
Is that-
accept that offer, Your Honor, and plea no
Is that
contest.
2 days? Okay. All right, and don't go back there, Miss Rogers, okay?
Okay, I won't.
All
I've
right.
already made further plans.
Okay, good.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, we're just gonna do a plea, so you gotta hang on, okay?
Okay.
But you'll be getting out of here today, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Miss Rogers, I'm showing you this plea form. Is that your signature at the bottom?
Yes, it
Did
is.
you understand everything contained within the plea form?
Yes.
Do you understand all the rights you're giving up by entering the plea?
Yes.
And are you on probation anywhere? No. Okay. Do you understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, this plea will subject you to deportation?
I'm a U.S. citizen.
Okay. Do you understand, though, if you're not, it will subject you to deportation?
I was born and raised in Los Angeles.
Okay, so you understand.
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 2 days in the Orange County Jail with credit for 2 days' time served. I'm gonna impose court costs. I'm gonna order you pay those by April 1st, 2020. And you're not to go back to that post office at 51 East Jefferson Street, okay?
Okay.
Abide by any trespass warnings. If you want to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court, you must do so in writing within 30 days. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you, ma'am, okay?
Thank you.
Good luck to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, sir, please tell me your name.
Steven Santos.
All right, Mr. Santos, you were picked up on an out-of-county warrant out of Seminole County. Looks like your bond is set at none in that case, and Seminole County has 24 hours to pick you up, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. All right, please tell me your name, sir.
Leonard Cooper, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Cooper, you're here in 2019 MM320AW. You were arrested for a violation of a county ordinance and disorderly conduct. I do find probable cause for your arrest. I am going to appoint the public defender to represent you. Was there an offer for Mr. Cooper?
Adjudication of guilt, 5 days.
All right, and she's got 4 in. All right, so you got 4 in, offers 5, and I do have to impose court costs. Do you want to take that offer, Mr. Cooper?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right, Mr. Cooper, I'm showing you this plea form. Is this your signature at the bottom?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand everything contained within the plea form?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand all the rights you're giving up by entering the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you on probation anywhere?
No, ma'am.
All right, and you understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, this plea will subject you to deportation?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I do find a factual basis for you to enter the pleas. I am going to adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 5 days in the Orange County Jail with credit for 4 days time served. That'll be on each count, and those will run concurrent, okay? I do have to impose court costs. I'm gonna order you pay those by April 1st, 2020. Gives you a year to pay them off. If you want to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court, you must do so in writing within 30 days. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you, sir, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Good luck to you. All right, ma'am, please tell me your name.
Heather Truelove Lindsay.
All right, Miss Lindsay, you're here in 2019 MM 2673AO. You were arrested for trespass on a property after warning. I do find probable cause for the arrest. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. Was there an offer for Miss Lindsay?
Adjudication, credit for time served.
4 days. All right, that'll get you out today, Miss Lindsay. Do you want to take the offer?
Yes, Ms. Wish. This one. Right here.
And, no return as well, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Hey.
Thank you. All right, Miss Lindsay, you want to plead no contest?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, is this your signature at the bottom of the plea form?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand everything contained within the plea form?
Yes,
Do you
ma'am.
understand all the rights you're giving up by entering the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you on probation anywhere?
No, ma'am.
Do you understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, this plea will subject you to deportation?
I'm a citizen.
Okay, but you understand that if you're not, it will subject you to deportation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I do find a factual basis for you to enter the plea. I'm going to adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 4 days in the Orange County Jail with credit for 4 days time served. You're not to go back to 2827 West Livingston Street, all right?
Yes, ma'am. I'm from Miami anyways. Thank you, Ms. Wish.
You're to abide by
Good
all
morning.
trespass warnings, and I am going to impose court costs. I'm going to order you pay those by April 1st, 2020, okay?
Thank you, Ms. Wish.
If you want to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court, you must do so in writing within 30 days. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you.
I can afford an attorney. Thank you, Ms. Wish.
Have a good day.
God bless.
Good luck to you. All right, sir, please tell me your name. Tell me. I can't hear him.
Luckner Kadu.
Do we know what happened to Mr. Moore? He was a... Sure. All right, sir. You are here in 2019 CF 4433AO. You were arrested for possession of cocaine. I do find probable cause for the offense. I am going to appoint the public defender to represent you, sir. I'm going to order that you not possess or consume any illegal substances without a valid prescription. And I am going to stay your bond at the $1,000, okay? All right, sir, please tell me your name.
Darryl Gillespie.
Do we know what happened with Mr. Fountain? Mental health? Okay, and that was in 2019 CF 4438 and 2019 MO 5710, and we'll reset Mr. Fountain. All right, you're Mr. Gillespie? Okay, sir, you're here in 2016 CF 7065AO. You were arrested pursuant to a warrant in which probable cause was already found for uttering a forged instrument, depositing an item with intent to defraud, and grand theft. I am going to appoint the public defender to represent you. You're not to have any contact with any witnesses or victims listed in the affidavit for arrest warrant. You're not to return back to any SunTrust bank. And your bonds will stay on count 1 as listed in the warrant at $1,500, in count 2, $1,500, and count 3, $500. All right, sir, please tell me your name.
Glenroy Jafford, ma'am.
I'm sorry, what?
Glenroy Jafford, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. All right, sir, you're here in 2019 CF 4419AO. You were arrested for driving while license suspended with 2 prior convictions. I do find probable cause for your arrest, sir. You did not fill out a form for the public defender. Are you planning on hiring your own attorney?
Yes,
Looks
Your
like
Honor.
you have Mr. Dutray on your other cases.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, we'll set you for determination of counsel hearing in a week, just in case you haven't hired anybody and you're not able to bond out, okay? You're not to drive without a valid license, sir, and your bond will stay on your driving while license suspended with 2 prior convictions at $2,500. You're also out on bond, sir, in 2018 CT 2271AW and 2018 CT 2272AW. I am revoking those bonds and setting those bonds at none, sir.
Your Honor, Mr. Johnson's case, the ex-defendant, the defense and I had the opportunity to speak prior to about a PC challenge.
Yeah, I didn't know if there's a flee, I didn't see a fleeing and eluding.
Yes, Your Honor. So we agreed to, on the second case, the 19 CF 4444, set count 1 as the primary, and then subsidiary as to count 2 on that case, on the 4443 case, ROR, and subsidiary on the no valid.
Okay.
And Your Honor, we do have one other challenge as to the charge for contributing to the delinquency of a minor.
What? 2003. What?
16.
So the person who was hiding in the back under the or was 16-year-old?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
So by having the drugs in the car with the minor, that's the state's argument for PC.
Yeah, I mean, that's what
Okay.
I'm looking at as well.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr.
Maybe
Augusto?
You heard on that point?
Yeah.
We would just say that the statute requires that the person commit an act which encourages or contributes the child being delinquent. We don't see any act here other than the fact that the drugs were allegedly in the vehicle at the time that the child was also there. I'm sorry, the minor.
State, I mean.
My response would be, Your Honor, if you look at the totality of circumstance, the defendant was driving without a valid license. Whether or not Your Honor finds PC for the fleeing is the officer's description is a high rate of speed while the child is in the car. Then there are drugs found in the vehicle. where the child was then hiding. I believe based on the totality of circumstances, there's enough for contributing to delinquency.
Yeah, I do find that there's probable cause. Did I appoint the public defender? Or, wait, I think you all started talking before I announced the
Right,
case
sorry.
numbers and, okay.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. I just want to make sure that we put it on the record. So in 2019 CF 444AO, Mr. Johnson, you were arrested for possession of cocaine and contributing to the delinquency of a minor. I do find probable cause for those offenses. In 2019 CF 4443AO, you were arrested for fleeing and attempting to elude. Neither the state defense or myself finds probable cause, and so I am gonna ROR you on that count and treat count 2, which I do find probable cause for, as a subsidiary for no valid driver's license. I'm gonna appoint the public defender to represent you. In the first case, you're not to possess or consume any illegal substances without a valid prescription. You're not to have any contact with the individual that was in the back seat, Mr. Hawk. I'm gonna set your bond on count 1 at $2,500. On count 2, it will be $150. In 2019 CF 4443AO, again, you're ROR'd on count 1, and it will be $100 on count 2. You're not to drive without a valid license, not to possess or consume any illegal substances without a valid prescription, and you're out on bond. In 2019 CF 227A or 2270AO, I am revoking that bond and setting your bond, actually you're out ROR, I'm setting your bond at none. So I'm revoking the release. All right, sir, please tell me your name.
Carl Jones.
Mr.
Carl
Jones, you're
Jones.
here in 2019 CF 4431AO. You were arrested for petty theft as a third subsequent offense. I do find probable cause for your arrest, sir. I am going to appoint the public defender to represent you. You're not to return back to the Starbucks at 400 South Park Avenue. You're to abide by any and all trespass warnings. You're not to have any contact with any victims or witnesses in the case.
Does that remain a misdemeanor at this point?
It's a felony, sir. You have 2 prior convictions. And your bond will be set at $2,500. Again, you're not to have any contact with any of the individuals in that case, and you're not to return back there and to abide by all trespass warnings. All right, sir, please tell me your name.
Wade Knuckles.
All right, Mr. Knuckles, you're here in 2019 CF 4445AO. You were arrested for aggravated assault. I do find probable cause. In 2019 MO 5720, you were arrested for alcohol or open container violation. I do find probable cause. I am going to appoint the public defender to represent you in both those cases. I'm going to order that you have no contact with any victim or witness listed in the affidavit. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms or ammunition. Your bond will be set at $5,000. I'm not sure if he wants to try and resolve the open container, but
State's not gonna
you
make an
might
offer.
want to explain to him.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sorry, Miss.
State's not gonna make an offer in the
Okay.
open container, Your Honor.
But they're combined, and it may place him at the scene and all sorts of things, so.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Okay, Your Honor, we would just like to know the bond for the alcoholic open container.
I'm just gonna stay it at the 250.
250, thank you.
All right, please tell me your name.
Jarrell Rand.
All right, Mr. Rand, you're here in 2019 CF 4436AO. You were arrested for armed burglary of a conveyance with a firearm, carrying concealed firearm, grand theft, third degree of a firearm, possession of burglary tools, and resisting an officer without violence. I do find probable cause for the offenses. I am going to appoint the public defender. I believe count one is a PBL.
It is, Your Honor. Based on the taking of the firearm from the F-150, breaking in the window, the defendant is identified as one of the two co-defendants during a show-up. We would ask the defendant be held at no bond based on proof evident presumption grade, looking at the four corners of the affidavit of Deputy Jeans. As far as count 3, subsidiary bonds as to all other counts, and no contact with any co-defendant or victim.
Mr. Augusto?
Yes, Your Honor, we would argue that the proof is not evident, neither is the presumption grade that that he committed this crime based on the four corners of the affidavit, simply because there was no indication that Mr. Rand indeed had the firearm that was found on him at the time of the alleged burglary itself. They found it later on, but no witness placed it on him beforehand or at the time of the burglary.
All right, I do find proof evident presumption great. I'm gonna hold him on no bond on count 1. Count 2 will be 2,500, count 3, 150, count 4, 150, count 5, 100. You're not to return back to that location as listed in the affidavit. Is everybody aware of what that address is?
May I approach defense, Your Honor?
Yes, he understands, Your Honor.
Okay. And you're not to have any contact with any victim or witness or co-defendant as alleged in the affidavit, and you're not to possess any weapons or firearms or ammunition, okay? All right, please tell me your name, sir.
Benjamin Timothy Sprinkle, ma'am.
All right, sir, you're here in 2019 CF 4422AO. You were arrested for possession of fentanyl, possession of heroin, possession of cocaine, and possession of tetrahydrocannabinols. I do find probable cause. I am going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I am gonna set your bond on count 1 at $1,000. I'm gonna stay all the subsidiary bonds at 150, 150, and 150. You're not to possess or consume any illegal substances without a valid prescription. Please tell me your name, sir.
Jamel Lewis Warwick.
All right, Mr. Warwick, you're here in 2019 CF 4439AO. You were arrested for grand theft. I do find probable cause for the offense. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. You're not to have any contact with any listed victim or witness in the case. Your bond will stay at $2,500.
And that's for no return as well, Your Honor?
Well,
To the exit
the
ramp.
528 toll.
To the exit ramp, yes.
Okay, so no return to the exit ramp
At
on
5
State Road 528 in that
It's like a
toll
stockyard right
area.
off the side of the, after the toll, it's like a
I wouldn't
stockyard.
talk about the facts of your case, sir, okay? If you have a
Absolutely.
question, talk to Mr.
Hey, I just didn't want to say
Augusto.
like the exit ramp, I was just giving a direct spot as.
I know, but now you've just placed yourself at the scene. So.
I was at the scene, that's where they got me
I
from.
know. Just don't talk about what happened or where you were on the record, okay? You have Mr. Augusto there. If you need him to speak to the court, you tell him something, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So no return to that particular area. And again, no contact with any victims or witnesses in the case. And I believe I stayed the bond.
That's my help.
And Your Honor, I have advised Mr. Warwick of his right to remain silent. However, he would like to address the court at this time.
I just had a particular issue with the way that it was being charged. Scrap metal isn't done by length. It's saying $25 per foot. But that's not what galvanized steel is, and I have receipts for. It's 5 cents a pound for 40 pounds. Isn't a felony count. That would leave it at misdemeanor because it would, the value. He's saying I had $1,000.
I'm going by what's in the affidavit, sir.
I understand, ma'am. I was just saying that, you know, scrap metal, something you can look up, it changes. It's on the stock market.
Okay.
So steel or aluminum or whatever
Okay,
changes
well,
every day.
that's a defense that you can present
20
at your trial
Okay, I was just
if
saying
you
due to the
want.
bond, they got me on grand theft.
Okay,
And that's
well,
higher than what it was for
the-
what I had, that's all.
I did find probable cause.
Yes, ma'am.
And I set the bond.
Yes, ma'am.
So.
No problem.
Argue any defense that you have at another date.
No problem at all. Oh, sorry. All right.
All right, please tell me your name, sir.
Marcus Williams.
All right, Mr. Williams, you're here in 2019 CF 1216. You were arrested pursuant to a warrant for your arrest for attempted felony murder enumerated with a firearm, which I believe is a life felony, and burglary of a dwelling with an assault or battery with a firearm, which is, I believe, is punishable by life. And probable cause has already been found. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. State, are you asking me to make some findings?
Yes, Your Honor. State would ask the defendant be held at no bond on counts 1 and 2 based on proof evident presumption grade, looking at the four corners of the 11-page affidavit of Mr. Detective Jefferson Wirtz. This defendant with a co-defendant went to a home. The first witness saw a truck back into the home driveway where there was a trailer with, lawn equipment. The witness notices the truck and contacts his father. Father goes outside while observing the people taking the items out of the trailer. He sees one of the defendants bend down to pick up something. The next thing he hears, there's 4 shots ring out. One of the shots struck the victim in his arm. He sees what appears to be his cell phone, he believes, later to be found out the defendant's cell phone under the vehicle. The vehicle flees. The witness is able to track the vehicle for some time before the witness loses sight of the vehicle. Based on investigative tools of law enforcement, they're able to track down the owner of the cell phone and an email address to come back to this defendant as one of the 2 men that was present for the robbery. The burglary. At this time, we'd ask the defendant be held at no bond.
Mr. Augusto.
In Your Honor, we would ask that the court use its discretion to set a monetary bond in this case. Mr. Williams is not a flight risk. He's lived here all his life. All his family lives here. He's worked at the same job for the last 2 years. And we would only ask that the court use its discretion in this case and set a monetary bond.
And Mr. Williams has a hold out of Seminole too. Okay. All right, I do find proof evident presumption great for both counts 1 and 2. I'm not going to use my discretion today to set a bond. I'm going to set the bonds at no bonds on counts 1 and 2. You're not to return to either one, I believe. You're not to return to the location where the incident occurred. Is everyone aware of what that address is?
One second, Your Honor.
In Apopka. It's on page 3 of 11 of the arrest warrant under scene. Not to have any contact with any victim or witness in the case. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms or ammunition. You're not to have any contact with any co-defendant in the case. Is there anything else?
There you go.
Okay. Please tell me your name, sir.
Walter Williams.
All right, Mr. Williams, you're here in 2018 CF 12836. You were arrested pursuant to a warrant in which probable cause was already found for sale and delivery of cocaine. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. Not to possess or consume any illegal substances without a valid prescription, and I'm going to stay your bond at what's listed in the warrant at $7,500. All right, sir, please tell me, oh.
That's more, Your Honor, we skipped him earlier.
All right, please tell me your name, sir.
Ramsey Moore.
All right, Mr. Moore, you're here in 2019 CF 4395 AO. You were arrested for throwing a deadly missile at or into an occupied vehicle. I do find probable cause for your arrest, sir. Did you fill out a form for the public defender, or were you planning on hiring your own attorney?
I hadn't filled out the paperwork yet.
Okay. Do you want me to see if you qualify for the public defender?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you work, sir?
Part-time.
Okay. Where do you get paid weekly, bi-weekly?
It's not even that much right now. I'm trying to look for a new job.
Okay. How much do you take in on average per week?
I would say under $50.
Okay. I'm gonna find that you qualify for the public defender. I'm gonna appoint them to represent you. I'm gonna order that you have no contact with any listed victim or witness in the case. I am gonna stay the bond at the $5,000. All right, sir, please tell me your name.
Todd Seeley.
Do we know what happened to Mr. Jones? Okay, we'll reset Mr. Jones. All right, Mr. Seeley, you're here in 2019, MO 5740. You were arrested for disorderly conduct. I do find probable cause for your arrest, sir. Did you want me to see if you qualify for the public defender? You want to see if the state has an offer and maybe to resolve your case today?
Yeah, can we just resolve it, please?
Okay, let's see if they have an offer for you.
Adjudication of guilt, 3 days. He has credit for 2.
And I do have to impose court costs, Mr. Seeley. Do you want to take that offer?
Sure.
Is that a yes?
Is there any way I can leave today, like now?
Would he get out today? Yeah, you're gonna get out today,
Okay.
okay? We'll have you sign that plea form. Make sure you've read it.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, you want to plea no contest, Mr. Seeley?
Yes.
All right, I'm showing you this plea form. You gotta look at me. Showing you the plea form. Is this your signature at the bottom?
Yes.
Did you understand everything contained within the plea form?
Yes.
Do you understand all the rights you're giving up by entering the plea?
Yes.
Are you on probation anywhere?
No.
All right, do you know that if you're not a U.S. citizen, this plea will subject you to deportation?
Yes.
All right, I do find a factual basis for you to enter the plea. I'm gonna adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 3 days in the Orange County Jail with credit for 2 days' time served. You're not to go back to that Advanced Auto Parts at 5687 South Cimarron Boulevard, all right? And I have to impose court costs. I'm gonna order you pay those by April 1st, 2020. It gives you a year to pay them off. If you
Okay.
want to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court, you must do so in writing within 30 days. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you, sir, okay? Good luck to you.
Morning.
All right, please tell me your name.
Ramzaire Taylor.
All right, Mr. Taylor, you're here in 2019, MO 5750. You were arrested for disorderly conduct. I do find probable cause for your arrest, sir. Well, you didn't fill out a form. Do you want to see if the state has an offer for you and you want to resolve it without an attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, let's see if they have an offer.
Adjudication of guilt, credit for time served.
He has 2 days in. All right, so it's credit for time served offer. If you want to take that today, you'll be getting out.
Yes.
Okay. And you want to proceed without an attorney?
Yes.
Okay. Huh? 2. Do you want to enter a plea of no contest, Mr. Taylor?
Will it make a difference?
Well, one is that's saying that it's in your best interest, and the other one is admitting guilt, so.
Best interest.
All
I
right.
still get out today.
All right, I'm showing you this plea form. Is this your signature at the bottom? Did you understand everything contained within the plea form?
Yes, ma'am.
Understand all the rights you're giving up by entering the plea? Are you on probation anywhere? All right, do you understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, this plea will subject you to deportation?
Right.
All right, I do find a factual basis for you to enter the plea based on the charging affidavit. I'm going to adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 2 days in the Orange County Jail with credit for 2 days' time served. I'm going to order that you pay court costs by April 1st of 2020, okay?
How much are they?
223, okay? Gives you a year to pay them off. Okay, if you want to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court, you must do so in writing within 30 days. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you, all right, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Good luck to you.
All right, have a good day.
You too. All right, sir, please tell me your name.
Alex Bernie.
Do we know what happened to Mr. Alfred? Okay, we'll take no action on Mr. Alfred. 2019 MM 27430. Mr. Bernie, you're here on, you were arrested for trespass in a structure. I do find probable cause for your arrest. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. Was there an offer from Mr. Bernie?
I don't have a police report, so I didn't make an offer. You give me a moment to look it up, Your Honor.
Okay, do you want to look at this one, or?
I'll pull it up in 1 second. Adjudication, 4 days, no return.
Looks like he's got 2 days in. So,
We will accept that offer, Your Honor, and plead no contest.
okay. All right, Mr. Bernie, I'm showing you this plea form. Is this your signature at the bottom?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand everything contained within the plea form?
Yes.
Do you understand all the rights you're giving up by entering the plea? Are you on probation anywhere?
Nope.
Okay. Do you understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, this plea will subject you to deportation? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I do find a factual basis for you to enter the plea. And I am going to adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 4 days in the Orange County Jail with credit for 2 days' time served. You're not to return back to that Super K at 4985 West Colonial Drive. And you're to abide by any and all trespass warnings, all right, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
I do have to impose court costs. I'm going to order you pay those by April 1st, 2020. It gives you a year to pay them off, okay? If you want to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court, you must do so in writing within 30 days. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for
Yes,
you,
ma'am.
sir. Good luck to you. All right, please tell me your name.
Wesley Gilbert.
Sorry?
Wesley Gilbert.
Okay. Okay, we'll reset Mr. Diaz. All right, Mr. Gilbert, you're here in 2019 MM 2727AO. You were arrested for possession of cannabis, less than 20 grams, resisting an officer without violence, and trespass on property after warning. I do find probable cause. I am going to appoint the public defender to represent you. Was there an offer for Mr. Gilbert?
Withhold 5 days, no return.
A withhold?
Yes.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, Mr. Gilbert would rather bond out.
Okay. All right, count one. I'm gonna set at the $250. Count two will be 100. Count three will be 100. You're not to return back to that Food Lotto store at 2060 Americana Boulevard. You're to abide by all the trespass warnings there, and you're not to have any contact with any victims or witnesses at that location, okay, Mr. Gilbert?
Okay.
Okay? And don't possess or consume any illegal substances without a valid prescription. All right, please tell me your name, sir.
Tracy Michael.
All right, Mr. Michael, you're here in 2019 MM 2721AO. You were arrested for petty theft. I do find probable cause for the offense. I am going to appoint the public defender to represent you. Was there an offer
No, Your
for
Honor.
Mr. Michael?
No, Your Honor.
No? Okay. I'm just gonna stay the bond at the $250. You're not to return back to the Red Sea store at 18 South Orange Blossom Trail. Abide by any and all trespass warnings. Not to possess any illegal substances without a valid prescription. Not to have any contact with any witnesses or victims in the case. Okay, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Please tell me your name.
Luis Angel Montoya.
All right, Mr. Montoya, you're here in 2019 MM 2718AO. You were arrested for possession of drug paraphernalia and possession of cannabis less than 20 grams. I do find probable cause. Were you planning on hiring your own attorney?
No, ma'am.
Did you want to see if the state had an offer to resolve your case today?
There is no offer, Your Honor, but no objection to ROR.
All right, sir, I'm gonna ROR you on both counts. Do you want me to see if you qualify for the public defender?
I mean,
Huh?
I'll take one.
Okay. Do you work?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Where do you work?
I'm a valet driver at OPS on iDrive, and also I'm a lifeguard.
Okay. How much do you get paid weekly or bi-weekly?
$11.75 as a lifeguard, and it's all tips for valet.
So how on average do you get paid weekly or bi-weekly or monthly?
Bi-weekly, probably like $1,200, probably every 2 weeks.
1,200 every
Yes.
2 weeks?
Yes, ma'am.
No, he's not gonna qualify. Do you have children?
No, ma'am.
Okay. You're not going to qualify for the public defender, but I'm going to ROR you. It's really important you listen to what I tell you, okay?
Okay.
You need to make sure that you have a current address
I do.
on file with the clerk's office,
I do.
okay? If you move, if you move or you leave that location, you need to make sure that you update the clerk as to your address,
Okay.
okay? Because if they send you any notice and you fail to appear for any court hearing in the future, you'll probably get a warrant for your arrest.
Yes, ma'am.
That's not what you want. And then they can hold you, we can hold you no bond, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So make sure, and if I were you, probably contact an attorney, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I'm gonna ROR you. You're not to possess any illegal substances without a valid prescription, okay, sir?
What's OR?
ROR, I'm releasing you on your own recognizance. That means that if you get a court date, you're saying you're gonna show up,
Oh, yes, of course.
okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right, please tell me your name, sir.
Fernando Perez.
All right, Mr. Perez, you're here in 2019 MM 2717AO. You were arrested for possession of drug paraphernalia and possession of cannabis, less than 20 grams. Were you planning on hiring your own attorney?
No, miss.
Did you want to see if you qualify for the public defender?
No.
Are you represented in your other case?
Represented? What does that mean?
Do you have an attorney in your other case?
Oh, yes, I have a lawyer.
You have who?
A lawyer?
Who's your lawyer?
I forgot his name, miss. But I'm currently, like, paying down payment for him.
Nobody's filed a notice of appearance in that case, so.
Oh, okay.
Do you want to see if you qualify for the public defender?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, do you work?
Yes, ma'am.
Where do you work?
I work at U-Haul on OBT,
Okay, do you get paid weekly or bi-weekly?
bi-weekly,
How much do you get paid after taxes?
$9.50 an hour.
So what does that come out to on your paycheck?
I probably get like $380.
Okay, and that's bi-weekly?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm gonna find that you qualify for the public defender, and I'm gonna appoint them to represent you. I'm gonna appoint them to represent you in 2019 CF 2089AO as well, okay? That's the other case that you have,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? Do you wanna see if the state has an offer to resolve your new law violation?
Yes,
There's
ma'am.
no offer in this case, Your Honor.
Okay.
We would ask if the court would consider ROR in this matter.
He's out on bond in burglary of a conveyance, grand theft third degree, and possession of burglary tools. So that's not gonna happen.
Excuse me, miss?
I would speak with Mr. Augusto because anything that you say can be used against you.
I
And the
understand.
prosecutor's sitting right there, okay? All right, I'm gonna order that you not possess any illegal substances without a valid prescription. I'm gonna stay your bonds on count 1 and 2 at 500 and 100. Based on your new law violation and being out on bond, I am gonna revoke your bond and set your bond at none in 2019 CF 2089AO, but Mr. Augusto can notify whoever's in Division 10 to see if they can file any appropriate motions on your behalf, okay, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, please tell me your name.
Joshua Rodriguez.
All right, Mr. Rodriguez, you're here in 2019 MM 2729AO. You were arrested for petty theft. It's a retail offense. I do find probable cause for the offense. I am going to appoint the public defender to represent you. Is there an offer or no?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to stay your bond at the $500. You're not to have any contact with any victim or witness in the case. You're not to return back to the Walmart at 8990 Turkey Lake Road in Orlando, Florida. Okay? All right, please tell me your name, sir.
Andre Lopez, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Lopez, you were picked up on an out-of-county warrant, looks like out of Miami-Dade.
Yes, ma'am.
And the bond in that case is set at none. They have 72 hours, not including weekends, to pick you up. Is that the, is there another? Yeah, and so there's another one too. Looks like that bond is also set at none. Same thing, they have 72 hours to come and get you, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Please tell me your name.
Jonathan Rivera Nieves.
All right, Mr. Rivera Nieves, you're here. You were picked up on an out-of-county warrant out of Osceola County.
Yep.
Looks like the judge set your bonds at $2,000, $2,000, and $1,000.
Mm-hmm.
So Osceola County has 24 hours to come and pick you up, okay?
Okay, no problem.
Please tell me your name.
Kevin Rosario.
Mr. Rosario, you were picked up on an out-of-county warrant out of Pasco County. Looks like the judge in that case set your bond at $10,000, so Pasco County has 72 hours to come and get you, okay?
Okay.
That does not include weekends, okay?
Okay.
All right, please tell me your name, sir.
Scott Williamson.
Do we know what happened to Mr. Carrillo? Okay.
We would waive, Your Honor.
Okay, yeah, how many times has he been reset, do we know? Or
I think this is it's the second time, at
Okay.
least.
So, I am gonna appoint the public defender to represent Mr. Carrillo in both cases in 2019 CF 4366AO and 2019 CF 4340AO. He's charged with attempted first-degree murder with a weapon. I do find probable cause for the offense. I believe that's a PBL.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
We'd ask the defendant be held at no bond based on the affidavit by Deputy McGuire, where the defendant, allegations are that he stabbed the victim at a 7-Eleven store off of Cimarron.
Mr. Augusto.
Your Honor, we would only ask that the court uses discretion. My client has no prior convictions, no prior failure to appear, so he's not a flight risk. And he has family here, and he lives in Florida as well.
All right, I do find proof evident, presumption great based on the charging affidavit. I'm gonna order him to be held no bond on that case. He's not to return back to the 7-Eleven store at 1201 North Cimarron Boulevard in Orlando, Florida. He's not to have any contact with any victims or witnesses in that case. He's not to possess any weapons or firearms or ammunition. In 2019 CF 4340AO, he's charged with attempted burglary of a dwelling and criminal mischief. I do find probable cause for those offenses. I'm gonna order that he not return back to that residence that's listed in the affidavit. He's not to have any contact with any witnesses or victims in the case. He's not to possess any weapons or firearms or ammunition. The bond on count 1 will be set at $10,000, count 2, $100. And I did appoint the public defender on both cases. Okay.
We'd ask that this case not be reset. It's been reset since the 29th, Your Honor. Or the 28th, excuse me.
All right, 2019 CF 4297AO, Adrian Preston. He's charged with grand theft, third degree of a motor vehicle, and resisting an officer without violence. I'm gonna appoint the public defender. Do you want to waive his appearance?
Yes, Your Honor, we'll waive.
Okay, so the PD is waiving his appearance. I do find probable cause for grand theft, third degree, and resisting an officer without violence. He's not to return back to 5450 Carconaki Boulevard, those apartment complexes. He's not to have any contact with any listed witness or victim in the case. I'm gonna set the bond at $2,500 on count 1 and $100 on count 2. Is this Mr. Williamson? Yes. Thank you for your patience. Thank you. Oh, is this a different one? Huh? Yeah, it's just thicker, so I didn't know if there's a bunch of other stuff in here. Oh, okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Williamson, you're here in 2019 MM 2706AO. You were arrested for possession of drug paraphernalia. I do find probable cause for the offense. Did you want to see if you qualify for the public defender? You didn't fill out a form, so.
I just wanted to see, could I wrap this up today, or is it?
I don't know, but does the state have an offer?
There was offer conveyed, I guess, yesterday, adjudication of guilt, credit for time served.
And so, do we know how many days he has in? 3 days, so it's credit for time served offer, and I do have to impose court costs. Is that something you want to do?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah.
What happened to Exantis? He's a felon.
All right, Mr. Williamson, I'm showing you this plea form. Is this your signature at the bottom?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand everything contained within the plea form?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand all the rights you're giving up by entering the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you on probation anywhere?
No, ma'am.
Do you understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, the plea will subject you to deportation? Okay. I do find a factual basis based on the charging affidavit in the court file. I am going to adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 3 days in the Orange County Jail with credit for 3 days' time served. I am gonna order court costs. I'm gonna order you pay those by April 1st, 2020. Gives you a year to pay them off, okay? If you want to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court, you must do so in writing within 30 days. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not gonna take any action today on the case you're out on bond, but if I see you again, your bond is likely gonna get revoked
Okay.
in that
Appreciate it.
case.
I appreciate that.
So,
So it was in the wrong place at the wrong time.
well,
so I'm
don't
saying.
say anything about anything on the record,
Okay.
but you're lucky today.
Thank you.
Is this Mr. Skyver? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, 2019 MM 2284AO. Looks like we have a motion for Mr. Skyver. I'm gonna pull up the case. So he has, looks like the court set his bond at mental health pretrial release. That's what it says on the IA court minutes.
I can have a moment to check, Your Honor.
Is that correct? Okay, so he did not qualify.
Okay.
So he has a $100 bond on count 1 and a $500 bond on count 2. All right, Mr. Augusto, it's your motion.
Yes, Your Honor. We would first ask whether the state has any objection to this motion.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we would like to rely mainly on the face of this motion, the motion for non-monetary release conditions. My client has been in jail since March 16th for these 2 offenses and has not been able to afford the bail. We would like to swear him in if the court would hear it.
Yeah, sure.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Mr. Skeever, is that how you pronounce it? Skeever?
Skyver.
Skyver. Okay. Mr. Skyver, have you been here since March 16th? Is that correct?
I have been.
Okay. You don't have to keep your hand.
Okay.
Okay. Have you made an attempt to post the bail on this case?
I don't have the money.
Okay. Do you have any family or friends that may be able to help you?
I don't know how to get a hold of them.
Okay. Have you made any attempt to contact a bondsman or one of your friends and family to help you?
No.
If you were released today, would you have a reliable means of transportation to these court dates that you were given?
Yes, I take the bus.
You take the bus? Okay. And would you promise to attend all future court dates?
Yes, I do.
And do you work?
No.
Okay. How do you have any income?
I gotta get my SS Social Security, and SSD Social Security disability back on.
Okay.
I gotta get that back on.
So just to clarify, you used to have Social Security income, but it's no longer,
I gotta get it, I gotta, make a file to get it back on,
okay. And is that what you plan on doing if you are released today?
Yes.
Okay. And no further questions, Your Honor.
Have you had, you've had the public defender's office appointed since you came through initial appearance, Mr. Skyper?
Yeah, Christy Fekene.
Okay. And have you had an opportunity to speak to her? Not what you spoke about, but have you had the opportunity to speak to her since you've been incarcerated?
I met with her.
No further questions, just argument.
All right, do we have I don't have a face sheet for him. Do we have a criminal history or?
He has one felony. One felony conviction, 4 misdemeanors. His felony convictions consist of petty theft, burglary, several trespassing. He has 5 other state offenses in which he have convictions of assault, disorderly conduct, failure to comply, and disturbing. Out-of-state arrests, several trespasses, assault and battery, several robberies, false information, public nuisance, failed to pay, throw substance at vehicle, misuse transit ticket, dumping hazards, exhibit deadly weapons, indecent knives, several sexual abuse, 2 harassments, and force and touch. And he has an active warrant in California at this time for assault, but they're not going to extradite.
Does he have any failures to appear?
No.
Your Honor, state would object to reducing his bond or setting it at ROR. In 2019, he's pled on January 25th. He received 5 days. On February 27th, he received 25 days. On March the 4th, he received 7 days. Within a week of his release, he's picked up another new law offense, and that's just in 2019. He said he's spoken to his public defender, but then he stated he did not know how to contact any family members. Obviously, speaking to his public defender, he could have given any phone numbers. Public defender's office has the ability to make local and international phone calls. That has not been done. I think based on his continuing to commit crimes, at least in 2019, that the bond is appropriate as set.
Mr. Augusto, final word.
Your Honor, we would just rely on the face of the motion for the rest of our argument.
I don't find that the bond is an inappropriate bond or unreasonable bond based on the charges and what I'm reading in the affidavit and based on his criminal history, and therefore the motion will be denied. All right, and we also have a competency. Okay. Do you want to handle this without her?
Yes,
I don't
Your
think
Honor.
we need her for this.
Yes.
I reviewed the motion. You may want to talk to your counterpart who filed it. So this is 2019 MM 1961AO, and it's Sharma McLaughlin?
I believe so.
McLaughlin? Okay. There's a motion to adopt the finding of incompetence in placing defendant on conditional release, and then a motion that defense counsel has reasonable grounds to believe defendant's not competent to proceed and requesting a hearing. In the motion that you have reasonable grounds to believe that she's not competent, Mr. Frederick cites that there was a confidential evaluation done on the defendant on September 29, 2018, which now, as of Friday, is stale. After a 6-month period, an evaluation becomes stale. I know that she has a status hearing or a hearing today with Judge McGinnis, and that is in the case cited, which didn't give a specific case number, but it's cited in the other motion, which that she was found incompetent and placed on conditional release on December 18th, 2018. That case number is 2018 MM 176AE, which is not cited in the motion. She was also found incompetent to proceed in 2 cases in front of Judge Cameron. That's 2018 MM 4944AO and 2018 MM 8044AO. She's set for status hearings on April 8th in those 2 cases, which are not alleged in the motion. She additionally was picked up on a new law violation not that long ago, because she just pled on the 14th to a trespass in 2019. I believe I had the case. 2018 MM 10659. She pled on March 14th, 2019 to a trespass in a structure. So she's got a competency hearing today. She's got a status hearing on 2 cases on the 8th. And she just pled to a new law violation and then picked up this new law violation. I'm not going to adopt a report that was done over 6 months ago. Based on the case law, I'm not permitted to do that. So I did email Judge McGinnis and Judge Cameron about their cases to find out what's going on, because when I look at the conditional release plan, in the first case, Judge McGinnis's case, there is no conditional release plan. She's not in any program. The evaluation by Dr. Tate indicated that she needed to be Baker acted and then put on medication and then placed into the Lakeside Restoration Program because she'd had an open case there at that time. None of that I can tell from any court minutes in any of those other 3 cases has been done. And as far as I'm concerned, she's not even on a plan. So if you have reasonable grounds to believe that she's not competent to proceed, that's fine. I mean, I can do a written order and order that Dr. Tate reevaluate her. But that very well may be what's going to happen in the other cases.
Right, okay.
And there's a hearing that's happening right now.
Right.
So, I don't know if you want me to not take any action right now, and you can speak with the attorney that's handling the case that she has with Judge McGinnis today to find out. I mean, I emailed them on Friday when I got the motion, and I never heard back. They just may not have received the email and then maybe waiting to finish their hearing today.
Right.
But I'm not going to adopt any findings that was, that are now
6 months
stale.
ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
and it appears as though she's not on any conditional release plan other than not possessing drugs or alcohol, or
Right.
doesn't even say in those conditional release plans where she'll live. I know that there is an indication in the motion that we're here today where she'd live, but there's nothing in those motions that tell me where she's reporting, who she's reporting to, how often, if they're supposed to provide a update to the court and when, if she's receiving any treatment, if she's been restored, because Dr. Tate said she could be restored within 6 months, and 6 months was Friday. So, we can just take no action, and we can readdress it again when you've maybe talked with
Yeah. I'll
them
send
to
an
find
email.
out
Yes,
what's
Your Honor.
going on.
I will do.
Maybe
Thank
that's
you.
a better idea. Because I'm happy to order Dr. Tate to reevaluate her, because I think that that's what I would have to do. And then get an updated report, so.
Okay.
So we'll take no action based on everything that I've placed on the record. And Mr. Augusto, you can reset it once you get the information, and then we can readdress it, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Did you get all those case numbers and everything?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
just want to make sure you have them so that you know. Okay. And now we are on to the 33-day motions. It looks like 2019 CF 2577AO. This was filed by Attorney George Gibralt.
That should be granted. The state filed a notice of non-filing before the 33rd day this morning.
That will be granted. And now we're on to, these are probably the PD's motions. So 2019 CF 2778AO, James Johnstone.
That should be granted. The state filed a notice of non-filing before the 33rd day on 3/29.
(2019) CF 2610AO, Patrick Antonio Gray.
That should be granted. The state filed a notice of non-filing before the 33rd day on 3/29.
That will be granted. 2019 CF 1840AO, Traylon Marquise Lee.
That should be denied. The state filed an information on 3/29.
That will be denied. 2019 CF 2881AO, Livingston Doddard.
That should be denied. The state filed an information on 3/29.
That will be denied. 2019 CF 2798AO, Alfonso Noble Jr.
That should be granted. The state filed a notice of non-filing before the 33rd day on 3/29.
That will be granted. 2019 CF 2835AO, Brian Jody Bostick.
That should be granted. The state filed a notice of non-filing before the 33rd day on 3/29.
That will be granted. Excuse me. 2019 CF 2940AO, Timothy Allen Hauge.
That should be denied. The state filed an information on 3/29.
That'll be denied. 2019 CF 2886AO, Frederick Charles Cardy.
That should be granted. The state filed an information, that should be granted. The state filed a notice of non-filing before the 33rd day on 3/29.
All right, that will be granted. 2019 CF 2870AO, Lawrence Stephen Turnist.
That should be granted. The state filed a notice of non-filing before the 33rd day on 3/29.
That will be granted. 2019 CF 2790AO, Nevin Richard Smith.
That should be denied. The state filed an information on 3/29.
That will be denied. 2018 CF 17602AO, Devonte Alexander Ortiz.
That should be denied. The state filed an information on 3/29.
That will be denied. 2019 CF 2879AO, Dontavius Jamal Frazier.
That should be granted. The state filed a notice of non-filing before the 33rd day on 3/29.
That will be granted. 2019 CF 2779AO, Daryl Evan Bradshaw.
That should be granted. The state filed a notice of non-filing before the 33rd day on 3/29.
That will be granted. 2019 CF 2887AO, Terrence Datavius Garnett.
That should be granted. The state filed a notice of non-filing on the 33rd day on 3/29.
Did you say granted?
Granted.
Sorry. That will be granted. 2019 CF 2553AO Ray Jean Blair Jr.
That should be granted. The state filed a notice of non-filing before the 33rd day on 3/29.
All right, that will be granted.
Your Honor, I had one case that we didn't address, Nastaki Extus. It's courtroom 2. Okay then. You got it.
All right, and we're in recess until this afternoon.
Your Honor, the Spanish interpreter is connected whenever you're ready.
All right, we are on the record. It's April 1st, 2019. This is Judge Wish, Courtroom 1, Session 2. Can I have the parties please announce themselves for the record?
Coffee Kennedy Swanson on behalf of the Office of the State Attorney.
And Alexis Augusto on behalf of the Office of the Public Defender.
All right, good afternoon, sir. Can you please state your name?
Sí, ahora le escucho un poco. ¿Puede subir el volumen? Ok. Noel Díaz. Noel Díaz.
Noel Diaz.
All right, Mr. Diaz, you're here in 2019 CF 4446AO. You were arrested for possession of tetrahydrocannabinols, possession of cannabis, less than 20 grams. I do find probable cause for your arrest for those offenses. In 2019 CT 2538, you were arrested for driving while license suspended. I do find probable cause for the offense. I am going to appoint the public defender to represent you. In 2019 CF 4446AO, I'm going to order that you're not to possess or consume any illegal substances without a valid prescription. I'm going to stay your bond at $1,000 on count 1 and $100 on count 2. Oh, my pen's not working. And in 2019 CT 2538O, I'm going to stay the bond at $500. You're not to drive without a valid license in that case. And you're out on bond in 2019 MM2390AO. I am going to revoke the bond. However, I am going to... Do we know what the individual bonds are? Okay. Let me just see. Has that been charged, or?
The out-of-bond case has been charged, Your Honor. It's charged as a possession of cannabis less than 20 grams and a possession of paraphernalia with an arraignment date set for 4/3. Obviously, it'll have to be reset if he's in custody.
Right. And you said the bonds were, okay. But it was 20, I'm gonna double that bond to $2,000. Well, he wasn't arrested on the other one.
Once they file the information, though, it'll be 2 counts now.
Okay, so, but I don't have a bond on the other count, right?
Correct, because he was out, but once you revoke
Right.
it, now you have to set it on both counts.
On
'cause-
both counts,
yes.
okay. It'll be $1,000 on count 1 and $100 on count 2. And then I'm not gonna reset any arraignment dates. All right. All right, good afternoon, sir. Please tell me your name.
Orlin.
Orlin.
What's your last name, sir?
Ordóñez.
Ordóñez.
Okay, Mr. Ordonez, you're here in 2019 CF 4442AO. You were arrested for leaving the scene of a crash with injuries. I do find probable cause for your arrest. You do not qualify for the public defender because you make too much money, so I cannot appoint them to represent you. I'm going to order that you have no contact with any victim or witness listed in the affidavit for arrest warrant.
Okay.
You're not to drive without a valid driver's license.
Okay.
Okay.
And I am going to stay your bond at the $2,500. And we'll set him for a determination at council hearing within a week if he hasn't bonded out yet.
¿Puedo hacer una pregunta?
May I ask a question?
Sure. Don't talk about the facts of your case, sir.
No. Si pagan mi fianza hoy, ¿puedo salir hoy?
If I were to post the bond today, will I be allowed to get out today?
Yes?
Pero necesito hacer una llamada a mi familiar para que lo hagan.
But I would need to be able to call a family member so that they could do it.
Okay, you should have access to a telephone.
Okay, quiero hacer la llamada para que ellos paguen la fianza.
Okay, I want to be allowed to make a phone call so that they can post the bond.
Okay, well, you should have access to a telephone.
Gracias. Gracias.
Thank you.
I gave 2 cases that were DD cases to Judge Carter, so she may have them. I don't remember what they were, but I gave them to my JA to give to them, so. If they're not in there, then they were given to them already, 2.
Marlon, that's the only one? Okay.
You don't know what to do,
Yes.
because we still have the order over here.
Yeah, I told my JA, and so I just gave them to them. All right, sir, please tell me your name.
Marcos Ortiz.
Marcos Ortiz.
All right, Mr. Ortiz, you're here in 2018 CF 9826AO. You were arrested pursuant to an arrest warrant for accessory after the fact to a second-degree felony. Probable cause has already been found. I am going to appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. I'm going to order that you not return back to the scene of the offense where this occurred. It's listed in the affidavit for the arrest warrant. Mr. Augusto, can you make sure that he knows what that address is? And I'm going to order that you're not to possess or consume any illegal substances without a valid prescription or any alcohol. You're not to have any contact with any victim or witness in the case, anybody mentioned in the affidavit. And I will stay the bond at the $2,500. All right, sir, please tell me your name.
Johnny Gonzalez.
Johnny Gonzalez.
All right, Mr. Gonzalez, you're here in 2019 CT 2543AO. You were arrested for driving while license suspended. I do find probable cause for that offense. In 2019 CF 4458AO. You were arrested for DUI with 2 prior convictions. This makes your 3rd DUI within 10 years. I do find probable cause for the offense. You do not qualify for the Public Defender's Office because you make too much money, so I cannot appoint them to you at this time. So you should contact an attorney. In 2019 CT 2543AO,
Yo gano.
I'm going to stay the bond at the $500. In 2019 CF 4458AO, your bond is set at $5,000. You're not to drive without a valid license. You're not to possess or consume any alcohol or illegal substances without a valid prescription.
Sí, quiero decir, sí gano ese dinero, pero lo estoy,
We'll set him for
fijo.
I'd like to say that though I do earn that money, it's not a fixed income.
Okay, sir, you put on, how much do you make per month?
Póngale entre unos 3,000.
About 3,000.
Okay, well, it has 4,500 down here. Did you tell somebody that?
Sí. Sí, a la muchacha que estaba afuera, porque lo que pasa es que me debían un dinero y ese dinero está en el banco. Lo metí al banco.
Yes, so the lady that was outside, the thing is I was owed that money and that money was put in the bank.
So you have $4,500.
No, porque ya pagué mi renta. Por pagar renta,
No.
los seguros.
Because I used it to pay the rent and insurance.
Okay. How much do you make per, do you get paid weekly or bi-weekly or monthly?
I only have this thing. Yeah, that's the only thing I have.
Acá 2 semanas, acá 3 semanas, acá cada mes. No hay un sueldo fijo.
I don't have a fixed income. I could be paid every week. I could be paid every 2 weeks. I could be paid once a month.
Okay. On average, if you can estimate, how much do you make per month? You said $3,000. Is that correct? Is that on average?
Sí. No, es lo máximo que gano por mes.
No, that's the most I can ever earn per month.
Okay, well, I need you to give me an estimate of what you make per month.
eso, lo que gano, 3,000.
That amount, 3,000.
Okay. Do you have any children?
Una bebé y tres hijastras.
A baby and 3 stepdaughters.
Yo los mantengo.
How old are your stepdaughters?
11, 10 y 3 años. Mi bebé tiene 18 meses.
Do they live with you?
11, 10, and 3 years old. My baby is 18 months old.
Okay. Do they all live with you?
Sí.
Okay.
Sí, yo los mantengo.
Yes.
I'm going to appoint the public defender. Based on your testimony, we'll put that in the court minutes. Mr. Augusto, do you need me to repeat the bonds?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Okay, so in the Duillis case, it's $500. And in the DUI case, I believe I stated at $5,000. It's not to drive without a valid license. He's not to possess or consume any illegal substances or any alcohol without a prescription. Okay? The headphones on him.
Señor, póngase los audífonos.
All right, sir, please tell me your name.
Vistalino Maldonado López.
All right, sir, you're here for an arraignment. State filed an information charging you with count 1, resisting an officer without violence. It's a misdemeanor of the first degree. And loitering or prowling, count 2, it's a misdemeanor of the second degree. It's alleged to have occurred on or about the 11th day of December 2017. Is there an offer for Mr. Maldonado? He has, looks like 13 days in.
The offer conveyed was an adjudication of guilt, 15 days, no return to a COE tire and service, cost of investigation of $128.07 to a COE PD.
And he has an immigration hold? Okay.
Plead not guilty, Your Honor.
Do you want to enter a plea? Okay, we'll enter a plea of not guilty for you, sir, and we'll give you some dates.
Division 84, pretrial conference date, April 18th, 8:45 a.m., courtroom 4B.
I'm sorry, just to verify, because the individual is far from a mic. Could you repeat the dates again?
April 18th, 8:45 a.m., 4B.
Am I going to be deported?
You just have an immigration hold, sir. You have a detainer, okay?
Voy a ver hasta el 18 de abril. Voy a ver después del 18 de abril.
Yes.
Do we have any more Spanish interpreter cases?
Yes, we have victims that need interpreters.
Your Honor, could I please have the case number for this individual?
17 MM 1277 AW.
Thank you.
I have 2 cases, a Ramones and a Discal, that need, the victims, I guess, need the interpreter.
What is the first one?
I don't know what order. The Ramones is first, Jose. 19M2724.
Ramones, and then what's the second one?
Discal, DISCUA. So the victim needs the interpreter? And she was downstairs. I don't know if she,
So I haven't read these yet.
and then we have a Russian as well.
I know, but I just, it would be nice if I could read these things before I come to court, so that, I mean, because they're long, so. This is a domestic okay, Spanish interpreter. Okay, I'm gonna need some time to read these. With and so we'll just have to have the interpreter stay on the line. Which one is the Russian? The Diskua?
No.
Oh. there's a
Ipimov.
Russian. Nobody is giving me these. I know, but it's. Okay, who do we have first?
Ramones.
All right, please tell me your name, sir.
Good afternoon, Judge. My name's Jose. Oh,
Is your last name Ramones? All right, sir. You're here in 2019 MM 2724AO. You were arrested for battery, domestic violence. I do find probable cause for the offense. Did you fill out a form for the public defender?
yeah. I
Okay,
think.
I don't have one.
Does he have a public defender form over there?
Does that say 2,800 a month?
25.
2,500? Okay. So 2,500 a month. Do you have any children?
No.
Okay. I don't, will he qualify? No, you're not gonna qualify for the public defender, sir. Okay, thank you. Yeah, you don't qualify for the public defender, so I cannot appoint them at this time, okay, sir?
Well, the thing is, I just came back to work though. So I'm not making that money. That's what I was making probably 2 months
Okay.
ago. I just came back from
I I know, but when you fill out a form like that and it asks you what you make,
Yeah, but the honest truth, I just came back to work. But I do make that much, but right now I just came back. I've been off work for 3 months.
okay, how long have you been working?
Since I came back like probably 3 weeks ago.
Okay, but you are making that money per month.
Yeah,
Okay,
yes.
you do not qualify for the public defender. And we do have a witness here. You need a Spanish interpreter, sir?
Yeah, appreciate it.
So we'll have to have you sworn in.
Raise your right hand.
Levante la mano derecha.
Do you swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
¿Jura decir la verdad, toda la verdad y nada más que la verdad? ¿Lo jura ante Dios?
Sí.
Yes.
Please state your name for the record.
Díganos su nombre, por favor, para que conste en actas.
Víctor Ramones.
Victor Ramones. ¿Puede bajar la mano?
Mr. Ramones, how do you know Jose Ramones?
Señor Ramones, ¿de dónde conoce usted a José Ramones?
Es mi hijo.
He is my son.
Are you afraid of Mr. Ramones?
¿Usted le tiene temor al señor Ramones?
No.
No.
Would you like contact with him while this case is pending?
Mientras que esta causa esté abierta, ¿desea usted seguir teniendo contacto con él?
Sí, porque es mi hijo.
Yes. Because he's my son.
Do you two live together?
¿Viven juntos? ¿Ustedes dos?
No, pero
No.
sí hemos pasado mucho tiempo juntos.
But we do spend a lot of time together.
Has anything like this happened in the past?
¿Algo semejante a esto ha pasado antes en el pasado?
No.
No.
If something happened in the future, would you feel comfortable in calling the police or 911?
Si fuera a ocurrir algo en el futuro, ¿se sentiría usted lo suficientemente cómodo para llamar a la policía o al 911?
Sí, si es necesario, sí, pero no lo creo.
Yes, if it were necessary, I would, but I don't think so.
Were drugs or alcohol related to this situation?
¿Hubo alcohol o drogas relacionado en esta situación?
Que yo sepa, no.
Not that I know of.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Augusto? Oh, you're not representing him, okay. All right, Mr. Ramones, if I released your son into the pretrial release program where he would not have to post a bond, would you be okay with that?
Señor Ramones, si yo fuera a poner en libertad a su hijo a través de un programa de libertad provisional donde no le tocaría a él tener que depositar una fianza, ¿usted estaría bien con eso?
Sí, muy de acuerdo.
Yes, very much in agreement.
All right, what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna order that there's no hostile or violent contact.
Lo que voy a ordenar aquí es que voy a ordenar que no se permita ningún tipo de contacto hostil o violento.
So that means no pushing, no shoving, no punching, no inappropriate, unwanted contact.
Yeah.
Esto significa que no se puede empujar, no se puede dar puños, no puede haber ningún tipo de contacto inapropiado.
That means that if you even raise your voice, that's inappropriate and a violation of the order.
Esto significa que aunque usted fuera a levantar la voz, eso sería un acto inapropiado y con ello estaría usted incumpliendo la orden judicial.
Okay? You're not to possess any weapons or firearms or ammunition.
O prohibido tenencia de armas, armas de fuego o munición.
And I know you don't live together, but I'm going to order you maintain separate residences still, okay?
Sé que no viven juntos, pero voy a ordenar que estén prohibido convivir bajo el mismo techo.
And I'm going to order you into the pretrial release program where you won't have to post a bond, but you need to meet with them face-to-face once a week.
Voy a ordenar que usted sea puesto en libertad provisional. Esto significa que no tendría que depositar una fianza en efectivo, pero sí cada semana tendría usted que reportarse en persona.
And follow any of their requirements, okay?
Y acatarse a cada uno de los requisitos que tengan ellos.
And then you need to make sure that the clerk of the court has a correct address on file for you so that any notices that are sent will get sent to the proper address, okay?
Yes, sir.
Y tiene que asegurarse que ante la Secretaría del Juzgado usted ha presentado su dirección actual para que conste en el expediente y así cualquier notificación que se mande lo reciba usted a esa dirección.
If you move, you need to update them.
Yes.
Si usted se muda, tiene que dejarles saber.
And then you may want to contact an attorney, okay?
Y tiene que comunicarse usted con un abogado.
Okay?
Was PTR?
Yeah, PTR, and it was no hostile or violent contact, and maintain separate residences,
I got all I just didn't hear the PTR.
and no weapons or firearms or ammunition. Okay. All right, sir, please tell me your name.
Juan Disqua.
All right, Mr. Disqua, and Madam Interpreter, we do have a witness here who I believe needs the services of the interpreter. Is that correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Can you raise your right hand, ma'am?
Señora, levante la mano derecha.
Do you swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Jura decir la verdad, toda la verdad y nada más que la verdad. Lo juro ante Dios.
Sí, lo juro.
Okay.
Yes, I do.
Please state your name for the record.
Diga su nombre para que conste en el registro, señora, por favor.
Mi nombre es Judinet Santa María.
My name is Judinette Santa Maria.
I'm not ready for her testimony yet. So, Mr. Disquia, you're here in 2019 CF 4435AO. And you were arrested for aggravated assault, domestic violence, and battery domestic violence. Madam Interpreter, could you just interpret for the victim so she understands?
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I thought I understood. Could you repeat the charges again for the
It's
interpreter?
case number 2019 CF 4435AO. And it's aggravated assault, domestic violence, and battery domestic violence.
Las acusaciones en contra de él son intimidación calificada por violencia doméstica y agresión física por violencia doméstica.
And I do find probable cause for those offenses.
Determino que existe indicios de criminalidad para sustentar esos ilícitos.
Disculpe, no escuché
And you
bien.
do not qualify for the public defender
Y sepa que él no cualifica para un defensor público,
because you make too much money.
ya que gana demasiado dinero.
Ms. Kennedy Swanson, do you want to inquire of the witness?
Yes, Ms. Santa Maria, how do you know the defendant?
Dígame, señora, ¿de dónde conoce usted al acusado?
En el trabajo.
From work.
Are you afraid of him?
¿Usted le tiene temor?
Sí.
Yes.
Would you like contact with him while this case is pending?
¿Desea seguir teniendo contacto con él mientras que esta causa esté abierta?
No.
No.
Do the two of you live together?
¿Ustedes dos viven bajo el mismo techo?
Sí.
Yes.
No further questions.
All right, I'm going to order that you have no contact directly or indirectly with the victim in the case. I'm going to have
Voy a
you
ordenar que esté prohibido tener contacto, sea directa o indirecta, con la víctima en esta causa.
I'm going to have you sign that no contact order form.
Voy a hacer que usted firme la orden de prohibición de contacto.
All right, Mr. Disquia, did you understand everything contained within the no contact order form?
Yes, ma'am.
Señor, ¿usted entendió todo lo que consta en ese formulario de prohibición de contacto?
Sí.
And that was a yes, you did?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so no phone
Sí.
calls, no emails, no text messaging, no social media, and no communication through a third party, you understand?
Yes, ma'am. No problem.
No puede llamar, no puede mandar correos electrónicos, ni mensajes de texto, ni comunicarse con ella a través de medios sociales, ni hacer que un tercero se comunique con ella.
You're not to possess any weapons or firearms or ammunition.
Prohibido armas, armas de fuego o municiones.
You are to maintain separate residences.
Prohibido convivir bajo el mismo techo.
You're not to have any contact with any of the witnesses mentioned in the affidavit as well.
Prohibido ningún tipo de contacto con los testigos que estén mencionados en el affidavit.
And you're not to return back to the residence listed in the affidavit.
Y prohibido regresar a la residencia que consta en el affidavit.
And I am gonna set your bond on count 1 at $5,000
Se fija la fianza en $5,000 con respecto al primer cargo
and $500 on count 2.
y $500 con respecto al segundo cargo.
Sorry, Your Honor. The first count, how much was that?
5,000.
5,000.
State, were there any other conditions?
No, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, we would also,
You're not appointed.
Oh.
Just letting you know. He
Okay.
doesn't qualify for the PD,
I
but
see.
if there's something that you want to ask as a friend of the court,
I'm assuming he may need a one-time return to pick
okay.
up.
Does he need a one-time return? Okay, you can do it. And I'm gonna allow you to go back one time with law enforcement to pick up any of your belongings. You have to call them ahead of time and they have to accompany you, okay?
Voy a permitir que usted pueda ir una vez acompañado por un agente policial para ir a recoger sus pertenencias. Tiene que llamarlos primero de antemano para que ellos le acompañen.
Okay. Do you think you'll be able to bond out, sir? Because if not, I'll set you for determination of counsel,
What is that?
to make sure that you have an attorney.
Oh, no. I'm gonna get bonded out as soon as I was just waiting for you to post my bond, so you can give me a bond so I can get posted.
Right, I just need to make sure. I don't want you sitting in there without an attorney.
Right.
Okay.
I have a question. You said I can't go home, right? But she moved out last night. I have a witness that I called my landlord last night and he said that she took everything out of my house. So why can't I'm just wondering why can't I go home if she does not live there no more?
Okay.
Su señoría, usted dijo que no estoy permitido regresar a la vivienda, pero yo tengo entendido que ella se marchó anoche. Tengo un testigo, el dueño de la propiedad, que me ha indicado que ella se ha llevado todo. Entonces yo quiero saber por qué yo no puedo regresar.
No me he llevado todo, todavía me quedan pertenencias ahí porque me da miedo que él me haga algo. Entonces a mí me mandaron para Harvard House.
I didn't take everything out. I left things here. I left things there. I am in fear of him, and that's why I'm staying at Harbor House.
Okay, but you still live at that residence. Your stuff is still there.
Usted sigue viviendo en esa residencia, es decir, sus cosas siguen estando ahí, ¿no?
Sí, correcto.
Okay.
Yes, correct.
Okay. So I'm going to keep the conditions in place,
That's
okay?
fine.
But you can go back with law enforcement one time to get your things,
For
okay?
example, if I get out today, can I do it today?
If you are able to get in touch with law enforcement and they accompany you, you can go with them whenever they arrange for that, okay?
Voy a seguir las condiciones tal cual. Usted está prohibido regresar a convivir en esa vivienda, pero se le permitirá una vez regresar al hogar acompañado por un agente policial. Se me permite hacerlo hoy, si salgo hoy, solo si usted logra comunicarse con la policía y ellos pueden coordinarlo.
Okay, thank you for your testimony, ma'am.
Bien, gracias por su testimonio, señora.
Thank you.
Your Honor, if the interpreter is no longer needed, may she disconnect?
Yes, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I haven't read it yet. They just gave it to me, so. Oh, she's on the line, okay. Do we have, is that, Mr. Efimov? Okay. So we'll have to recall that. All right, we're gonna have to recall it because the interpreter hung up, okay?
Next one we call it is Paul interpreter.
Good afternoon. Hello?
Yeah.
Hi, are you the interpreter? Are you Russian?
Yes, I am the interpreter. I just got afraid that I got scared that I got disconnected, so
Okay.
therefore I just wanted to double check.
Okay, have you been sworn in, ma'am?
Yes, I have.
Okay. We have the defendant in front of us. I'm just gonna indicate, can you tell me what your name is, sir?
Дмитрий Ефимов.
Здравствуйте, напротив его часа. Будьте любезны, сообщите ваше имя, фамилию.
Alona Yefimova. I think it's just the victim that needs the interpreter.
Yeah, it's just the victim that needs the interpreter. In 2019 MM 2742AO, you were arrested for battery, domestic violence. I do find probable cause for the offense, sir. I am going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you.
2019 вы арестовали вследствие нападения и насильственных действий по отношению к домочадцам, поэтому я считаю это вероятным условием, и поэтому хочу назначить для вас общественного защитника.
All right. Can you ask the victim, ma'am, to raise her right hand to be sworn in?
Поднимите, пожалуйста, свою правую руку для того, чтобы вас привести к присяге.
Do you swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Вы клянетесь, что вы скажете правду, и только правду, и ничего, кроме правды.
Yes. Yes.
Speak into the microphone.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor. Please state your name for the record.
Для записи сообщите ваше имя, фамилию.
Алена Ефимова.
Алена Ефимова.
Ms. Efimov, how do you know the defendant?
Госпожа Ефимова, как вы знаете, подзащитного.
Это мой муж.
That's my husband.
Are you afraid of him?
No.
Ma'am, let the
Вы
interpreter
боитесь его?
interpret first before answering the question.
Дайте переводчику перевести перед тем, как ответить.
Are you afraid of him?
Вы боитесь его?
Нет, я его не боюсь.
No, I am not afraid of him.
Would you like to have contact with him while this case is pending?
Пока ваше дело находится в процессе разбирательства, вы хотели бы с ним продолжать?
I'm sorry, did she say yes?
I didn't hear
Would you
anything.
like to have contact with him while this case is pending?
Вы хотите продолжать с ним общение на весь период разбирательства этого дела?
Да, я хочу, чтобы он вернулся домой. Вчера произошла ошибка.
Yes, I want him to go back home, and it was a mistake yesterday.
Would you like to let him live with you while this case is pending?
Вы хотите, чтобы он продолжал проживать с вами, пока идет разбирательство другого дела?
Я хочу, чтобы он вернулся домой ко мне и к сыну.
I want him to come back to me and my son.
Do you know someone by the name of Greg Kreskovi?
Вы знаете лицо под именем Грег Краскови?
Yes.
No further questions.
Больше вопросов нет.
Who is that?
Another attorney, Your Honor, that reached out today.
Huh?
An attorney that had reached out to us today.
Oh, okay. I wasn't seeing that person
No.
listed, so I wasn't sure. Okay, Mr. Augusto, do you have any questions?
No, we do not, Your Honor. We would just ask that you allow contact in light of today's testimony.
Ma'am, was the child witnessed what happened?
Ребенок был очевидцем происшедшего.
Yes.
Okay.
So he, can I say? Он был в другой комнате.
He was in a different room.
Sorry?
He was in a different room.
She's saying the child was in a different room.
Okay. Okay. This is what I'm gonna do here. I'm gonna allow, there's contact. It's non-hostile and non-violent.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Interpreter?
Значит, я дам разрешение на общение, потому что это не враждебные отношения
Okay.
и не насильственные отношения.
So no pushing, no shoving, no slapping, no raising your voice at her.
Yes, ma'am.
Не поднимайте руки, не, значит, толкайте, не пихайтесь и не поднимайте свой голос на нее и пощечины не даете. Да, Ваша честь.
You're not to possess any weapons or firearms or ammunition.
Вам не разрешается иметь при себе, владеть оружием, боеприпасами и огнестрельным оружием.
You're not to possess or consume any alcohol or illegal substances without a valid prescription.
Okay.
И
Yes.
вам не разрешается употреблять алкоголь или же незаконные субстанции, которые не выданы вам по назначению врача.
And I am going to set your bond at $500.
И ваш залог на выпуск будет $500.
Okay?
Can I say something?
I don't know if you have if she has Madam Interpreter, can you let her know if she has a question to say it out loud?
Если у вас имеются вопросы, пожалуйста, говорите.
Я хотела сказать, что мы приехали сюда в отпуск, и мы просто совершили вчера ошибку. Мы приехали ребенка вывести погулять. Все, что вчера случилось, это была ошибка, которую мы допустили с ним. И вы можете спросить моего сына, он никогда не видел ничего подобного в доме.
Okay, I just want to let you know that we came here for a vacation, and this whatever happened yesterday was a mistake. We just brought the child to a tour around here, and you can even ask my son, who would testify that nothing of that kind happened ever before.
Okay. I allowed contact, non-hostile, non-violent contact, and I set some conditions, and then I gave him a bond, okay?
Хорошо, я уже установила, какие имеются условия и продолжение общения, и также сказала по поводу залога на выпуск из тюрьмы.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that concludes our need for your services. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, Your Honor. We appreciate your business. Goodbye.
Thank you. Okay, we'll reset Floyd. All right, we will reset Francois. All right, are you Mr. Randall?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you're here in 2019 CF 4454AO. You were arrested for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and battery. I do find probable cause for the offenses. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I'm going to order that you have no contact directly or indirectly with the victim listed in the affidavit. You're not to have any weapons, firearms, or ammunition. I am going to stay the bond at $2,500 on count 1 and $500 on count 2.
Thank you.
All right, please tell me your name.
Chandra Waldrop.
All right, ma'am. You're here in 2019 CF 4448AO. You were arrested for burglary to an unoccupied structure, possession of cocaine, possession of drug paraphernalia, and resisting an officer without violence. I do find probable cause for the offenses. I am going to appoint the public defender to represent you. You're not to possess or consume any illegal substances without a valid prescription, and you're not to return back to the scene at 4200 South Orange Blossom Trail, which I believe is the area of 42nd Street and South Orange Blossom Trail, that fenced area. I'm gonna stay the bonds on count 1 at 2,500, count 2 150, count 3 100, count 4 100. You're also out on bond for similar offenses, or you were ROR'd, and I'm revoking that release in 2019 CF 2305AO and setting that at none. Please tell me your name, sir. Did Mr. Zaria bond out?
He bonded.
Okay. We'll take no action on him. He bonded. All right, sir, please tell me your name.
Ma'am.
Tell me your name. Can you hear me? Do you need headphones?
Jeffrey Finley.
Mr. Finley? Okay, do we know what happened with Mr. Jones? Huh? Oh, he was released? Okay, we'll take no action on that. Mr. Finley, you're here in 2019 MO 576AO. You were arrested for an open container violation. Do you, I do find probable cause. Do you want to see if the state has an offer for you to resolve your case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is there an offer for Mr. Finley?
I'm coming, Your Honor. Adjudication, 3 days.
And you have 2. Does that mean he gets out today? Okay, so you'd be getting out today, sir. If you want to plea, it would be an adjudication of guilt, 3 days, credit for 2 days, but it looks like you'll be getting out today. Thank you. Do you want to plead no contest, Mr. Finley?
Yes, ma'am.
You want to proceed without an attorney? Are you okay with that?
Ma'am.
You okay with going forward without being represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you feel comfortable entering a plea without a counsel? Okay. I'm showing you this plea form. Is this your signature at the bottom?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand everything contained within the plea form? Is that a yes? You need to speak up.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes? I can't hear you. Did you understand everything contained within the plea form? Did you understand everything that was contained within this plea form?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you understand all the rights you're giving up by entering the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are you on probation anywhere?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And you understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, this plea will subject you to deportation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I do find a factual basis for you to enter the plea. I am going to adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 3 days in the Orange County Jail with credit for 2 days' time served, and I have to impose court costs. I'm going to order you pay those by April 1st, 2020. It gives you a year to pay them off, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
If you want to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court, you must do so in writing within 30 days. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you, sir. Good luck to you, Mr. Finley.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, please tell me your name.
Jeremy Tyler Roberts, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Roberts, you're here in 2019 CO 368AO. You were arrested for soliciting without a permit. I do find probable cause, and I am going to appoint the public defender to represent you. Was there an offer for Mr. Roberts?
Adjudication, 5 days.
Okay. Is that something you're interested in?
Yes. Yeah.
And I do have to impose court costs.
And we will accept that offer, Your Honor, and plead no
Okay.
contest.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Roberts, I'm showing you this plea form. Is this your signature at the bottom?
Yes. Yes,
Did you understand everything contained within the plea form?
I do.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Do you understand all the rights you're giving up by entering the plea?
I do.
Are you on probation anywhere?
No,
Okay. Do you understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, this plea will subject you to deportation?
I do.
Okay. I do find a factual basis for you to enter the plea. I am going to adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 5 days in the Orange County Jail with credit for 1 day time served. I have to impose court costs. I'm going to order you pay those by April 1st, 2020, okay? Gives you a year to pay them off. If you want to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court, you must do so in writing within 30 days. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you. Okay, sir? Good luck to you. All right, do we have anything else? No? Okay. We will be in recess until tomorrow.
Bond Court is a free service, but it takes several hours of my time every day. Less than 10% of Bond Court viewers hit the like button, and less than 1% leave a comment. If you want Bond Court to continue to be available on YouTube for free, then please hit the like button and leave a comment on all of my videos.